Introduction by members. Member for Langley East.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It's an honour to rise and for the first time make an in-person introduction in this House today. As countless other MLAs have said before me, as MLAs we really cannot do our jobs without the work of our highly trained and wonderful CAs, and today I have the honour to host two of my fabulous CAs here at the Legislature, Carly Hogan and Madison Portner. I was wondering if the House could please help me make them feel very welcome today in the precinct. Thank you.
Minister of Jobs and Economic Recovery.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. We have two very special guests here today. They're here visiting you and visiting all members of this chamber. Sitting up in the chamber, we have Rajinder Pandher, who was a founding member of the Burnaby Multicultural Society in the 1980s. He's a founding trustee of the Khalsa School in 1986, served on the Multicultural Advisory Council in British Columbia from 1997 to 2001, awardee of the Burnaby Community Volunteer Hero Award, and awardee of the Diamond Jubilee Medal, Queen's Diamond Jubilee Medal. His partner, Raj Pandher, was a community council, second city community school volunteer. She served on the Burnaby Library Board as a member, vice chair, as well as chair for 5 years, and volunteers with the Royal Columbian Hospital in New Westminster. And Honourable Speaker, they are celebrating their 50th wedding anniversary with all of us today. So please make them welcome.
Member for Kelowna Mission.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. Today I rise to celebrate Kelowna's newest centenarian, Arnold Newman. He was born November 15th, 1921, in a small town in Poland and emigrated to Canada in June of 1928 with his parents and 4 siblings to a small farming village just outside of Leduc, Alberta. In 1939, at the age of 18, Arnold left the family farm to search for work. He was eager to try all things new and found work all across Canada. He tried farming, coal mining, carpentry, construction, logging, camp and institutional cooking, heavy equipment operating, and just about anything else he could find. He served briefly in the Canadian military, but was not able to actually go overseas as he was not yet a Canadian citizen. Canadian citizenship he sought and found in October of 1948. In 1954, he met and married Rita and lived with her happily for 53 years until Rita passed in 2007. Arnold currently lives in a supporting housing facility in Kelowna, and despite being wheelchair-bound, is very independent and does most of his chores without much help. Arnold is viewed by those who know him as a grateful and content individual. And as he turns 100 today, he still loves to read and is very much engaged by the world around him. When I asked him what turning 100 meant, he said he was truly content with life and believes he is greatly blessed and still living his best life. Would the House please join me in celebrating his 100th birthday today? Thank you.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In the gallery today, we have a visitor from Manitoba. Gord McIntosh served 23 years as an NDP member of the Manitoba Legislature, including 17 years as a minister in the governments of Premiers Gary Doer and Greg Selinger. He's visiting to see how our House operates. Would the House make him most welcome?
Member for Kootenay East.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a point of recognition, not so much an introduction, but a couple birthdays to announce over the break. My father, my mentor, a very big support system, whether I was in business or right here in the Legislature, turned 80 on November 12th, and then my grandson on November 9th. Well, as he puts it, I am 2. Turned 2 years old on November 9th. I'd like the House just to wish him a happy belated birthday.
Minister of State for Infrastructure.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. The year is 1995, and it's the month of September. I'm 10 years old at the time, The member for Nelson Creston is 9 years old, and I'm not entirely sure about her, but for me, I was completely oblivious that something historic was happening. You see, nobody had told me that there was a ridiculous man beginning a 3-week-long, 1,400-kilometer swim down BC's longest river, the Fraser.
That's crazy.
It was called the Swim for Life, to raise awareness for the deteriorating condition and health of the river. In the years that followed, this incredible man founded the Rivershed Society of British Columbia, made 14 more environmental marathon swims covering 3,200 kilometers, and swam the Fraser River again, and devoted much of his life to protecting West Coast waters, including through his work as a local member of parliament and now as an MLA. Now, last Tuesday, November 9th, the member for Coquitlam Burke Mountain, who is also the parliamentary secretary for fisheries and aquaculture, was inducted into the Fraser River Hall of Fame. Would the members of the House please join me in congratulating him on this honor?
Member for Chilliwack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to introduce in our gallery today Dale Jackaman. Dale is a Chilliwack, Richmond, and Vancouver business person, a longtime NDP stalwart, and a former BC NDP candidate. And he's the president of a private investigation firm. Currently, he is the constituent of the member from Richmond Stevestons, but I'm told very shortly he will be my constituent. He does own property in my riding, and I'm told very shortly he turns 65. Would the House please welcome Dale today?
Member for Boundaries Milkameen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member for Langley East mentioned earlier that there's some people that we need to get our jobs done, and it extends beyond staff, I would say, and our family and friends certainly are part of that. So it's my privilege today to introduce in the House. I have my partner, Christine, and my children, Juno and Gabriel. So I would hope that everybody could join me in welcoming them. Also, I didn't forget this, but last week when we were at home, we also celebrated our 15th wedding anniversary. So thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills.
Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present a message from Her Honor the Lieutenant Governor.
Her Honor, the Lieutenant Governor transmits herewith Bill number 30, entitled Attorney General Statutes Amendment Act 2021, and recommends the same to the Legislative Assembly. Attorney General.
I move the bill be introduced and read a first time now. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to introduce the Attorney General Statutes Amendment Act 2021. This bill would amend the COVID-19 Related Measures Act to change the sunset date for the Act to December 31, 2022, an extension of 1 year from the Act's current automatic repeal date. Extending the time period that the COVID-19 Related Measures Act would be in force would provide continued statutory authority for a number of orders and regulations that are still needed to respond to and alleviate the effects of the pandemic. This bill would also amend the Judicial Compensation Commission Amendment Act. The Judicial Compensation Act sets out the appointment, functions, and reporting of a Judicial Compensation Commission, as well as a process for government's response to the Commission's recommendations. The Judicial Compensation Commission is a constitutionally required independent body that is appointed every 3 years to determine the remuneration, allowances, and benefits of provincial court judges and judicial justices. This bill contains amendments that are procedural in nature and will streamline the Commission process, leading to a timelier and more efficient process for all parties.
Members, question is the first reading of the bill. All those in favour indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill be placed on the orders of the day for second reading at the next sitting of the House after today.
Members, you heard the motion. All those in favour indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present another message from Her Honour the Lieutenant Governor.
Her Honor, the Lieutenant Governor transmits herewith Bill number 20, entitled Access to Services COVID-19 Act, and recommends the same to the Legislative Assembly. Attorney General.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move that the bill be introduced and read a first time now. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to introduce the Access to Services COVID-19 Act. The purpose of this bill is to preserve safe and unimpeded access to services of public importance during the COVID-19 pandemic, including protecting users and service providers from intimidation and other disruptive behaviours. The bill will establish access zones around certain classes of facilities and specifies the types of conduct or behaviour that are prohibited in an access zone. The bill also includes the power for the Lieutenant Governor and Council to make regulations that establish access zones around other facilities or classes of facilities. Before making such a regulation, the bill requires Lieutenant Governor and Council to have regard to a number of factors: the strain placed on services of public importance by the COVID-19 pandemic, the importance of the services provided at the particular facility or facilities to the health, education, safety, or well-being of members of the public, and the need to protect access to those services. The bill includes a provision to clarify that lawful labour action under the Labour Relations Code, such as strikes, lockouts, and picketing, does not constitute an offence under the Act. The proposed legislation contains a sunset clause and will be repealed on July 1st, 2023, or earlier by regulation.
Members, the question is the first reading of the bill. All those in favour indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Attorney General.
Honourable Speaker, I move the bill be placed on the orders of the day for second reading at the next sitting of the House after today.
Members, you heard the motion. All in favour indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Minister of Forests and Lands, Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present a message from Her Honour, the Lieutenant Governor.
Her Honour, the Lieutenant Governor transmits herewith Bill number 28, entitled Forest Amendment Act 2021, and recommends the same to the Legislative Assembly. Minister.
I move that the bill be introduced and read a first time now. I'm pleased to introduce Bill 28, the Forest Amendment Act 2021. In line with our government's new vision for forestry, this bill proposes amendments to the Forest Act that will provide us with the tools to better care for our forests, support reconciliation with Indigenous nations, and build a more diverse and inclusive forestry industry. Our forests make BC one of the best places to live, but the outdated forestry policies aren't working for British Columbians. And as the pressure on timber supply continues due to the impacts of beetle epidemics, wildfires, and climate change, government needs the tools to manage our forests in the public interests. First Nations, local communities, and smaller companies want to play a greater role in the forestry sector and to benefit from the opportunities it could provide. The proposed legislation will establish a tool that will enable government to reduce timber harvesting rights of existing forest tenure holders, provide compensation, and redistribute the timber harvesting rights to First Nations and communities. The tool will also enable redistribution of harvesting rights of BC timber sales, which directly supports over 8,000 forestry jobs to British Columbians. In addition, the amendments will address uncertainty with respect to the current compensation rules by developing a consistent and clear framework outlining what is compensable and how it is to be valued. This will apply in instances when a licensee's timber harvesting rights are reduced to support reconciliations or other objectives. We're also increasing transparency by requiring area-based tenure holders to share forest inventory information with the Chief Forester. This will provide government with the information and tools necessary to ensure our forest sector remains sustainable. There will also be increased accountability for log exporters through a new auditing system to make sure they have paid their full fee in lieu of domestic manufacturing, ensuring British Columbians are receiving their fair share of resource revenue. We are also bringing forward a legislative change that will give the Ministry of Finance the necessary power to ensure companies pay their fees in lieu as required by the Forest Act. The Forest Act requires a fee, referred to as a fee in lieu, to be paid to the government for timber exported out of British Columbia under an exemption from the requirement to manufacture timber in BC. The amendments to Part 11.1 of the Forest Act will provide authority for the income taxation branch of the Ministry of Finance to audit and make assessments in respect of the fee in lieu. We know from our work with our other programs that this proposed change promotes voluntary tax compliance within a sector, and this will help us ensure a fair regulatory program for businesses in BC. Overall, this proposed legislation makes long overdue changes to ensure that our primary forest sector remains strong while building a more diverse and inclusive forest industry. We're taking action to ensure our forests are managed in the public interest and the benefits are better shared for generations to come. We owe it to our kids and grandkids to better care for our forests and a future where workers, communities, and First Nations have a sustainable sector with new, innovative opportunities.
Members, the first reading of the bill. All those in favour indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Minister.
Honourable Speaker, I move that the bill be placed on the orders of the day for second reading at the next sitting of the House after today.
Members, you heard the motion. All those in favour indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Madam Clerk.
Statements by members.
Member for Chilliwack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As many of my colleagues know, I used to work as a millwright. In fact, I never shut up about it. But millwrights work in nearly every industry, Mr. Speaker. Everything from power generation, textiles, mining, forestry, dairies, ski hills, solar and wind power, brewing, and the list goes on. Today, I'd like to congratulate some very special millwrights. Those from Local 2736 on the 65th anniversary of their union. Millwrights Local 2736 was chartered on May 17, 1956, under the United Brotherhood of Carpenters and Joiners of America as the International Trade Union. Currently, they represent 450 members, journey persons, apprentices, and retirees in BC. On a yearly average, they employ 50 apprentices and currently have a female apprenticeship representation of 13% and Indigenous apprenticeship representation of 10%. Millwrights 2736 has been a major supporter in construction of BC hydro dams and pulp and paper mill plants being built throughout the province. Often they are dispatched to facilities on emergency jobs to support their contractors and clients in need, and the millwrights help their clients avoid shutdowns, lost product, and potential interruptions in customer service. With this all said, Millwrights 2736 is probably the #1 supporter of indentured apprenticeships in the province of BC and becomes a gateway for many major companies to hire young journey persons to their maintenance team and avoid having to indenture apprentices themselves. They train their young apprentices to the best standards and work ethics in their dynamic trade, and this produces the most efficient and productive workers in the province of BC. So next time you flick on the lights, crack a beer, or write a speech on a piece of paper, thank a millwright. Will the House please join me and congratulate Millwrights 2736 on their 65th anniversary.
Member for Richmond North Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The third week of November is known as Multiculturalism Week, a week to celebrate the many contributions our multicultural communities have made to build BC and honor the incredible cultural diversity that drives our province's success and identity. As an immigrant myself, I share similar experiences with many of our colleagues in this House and countless British Columbians across our province. Whether we are First Nations, first generation, or fifth generation British Columbians, we must embrace our diverse cultural backgrounds and celebrate our common identity as British Columbians. Being a British Columbian is not determined by the soil we are born on. It is an identity earned by each and every one of us when we adopt the values of inclusion, openness, and prosperity for all by dedicating ourselves to the shared mission of making BC a more welcoming and inclusive home for all. We must also recognize and honor the traditional lands and territories of the more than 200 First Nations across our province, on which we are blessed to work, play, and live every day. Today is about more than celebrating our cultural diversity. It is about recognizing the many challenges our cultural minorities have and continue to face. From the rise in race incidents perpetrated against Asian Canadians and other cultural minorities to the horrific discovery of unmarked graves at residential school sites, we are reminded every day that we still have far to go to truly eliminate racism, advance truth and reconciliation, and build a province where cultural identity and background is never a barrier in life. BC is the most culturally diverse province in Canada, and we welcome 40,000 British Columbians from across the globe every year So let's all do our part to promote and celebrate our province's multiculturalism this week and every week and build a better BC for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Vancouver Falls Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are all familiar with the terrible situation this past June when a forest fire tore through the town of Lytton and the Lytton First Nation. As people fled to safety, it was sometimes necessary to leave animals behind. Elder Byron Spinks of the Lytton First Nation went every day for 3 weeks to the perimeter of the town, hoping to get news of his lost dog named Baby. Elder Spinks said they were just about to give up hope when Baby was found. And here's the thing. When you hear him speak, it's not just the hope of finding his beloved dog, but I think he's talking about hope in general. Pets play such an important role in our psyche. They help us keep going when times are tough. Last week, I learned about the incredible work of the SPCA during this tragedy. 323 animals were brought to the Emergency Animal Care Centre or to local SPCA branches. These animals were provided veterinary treatment, often for burnt paws, and the work to reunite them with their families began. And sometimes, even when the families were found, they were unable to take their pet in their current setting. The SPCA then set up long-term foster homes for these pets, giving owners peace of mind that their fur babies were safe until they could take them back. In addition to this, the SPCA animal protection officers went behind fire lines to care for 238 animals, mostly livestock. That puts the total number of Lytton animals cared for by the SPCA at 561 animals, and it matters. Elder Spink says it best. Our family is complete now. Although our house is gone, we can rebuild. We're just taking it day by day for now, but it makes it a lot easier with our little fur baby here. To the SPCA, to all those who made donations to the wildfire response, and everyone fostering animals for our fellow British Columbians forced from their homes, thank you.
Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, thank you, Honourable Speaker. Yesterday, November 14th, was World Diabetes Day. British Columbians and Canadians use the colour blue to honour World Diabetes Day, a day that unites global diabetes community to raise awareness and advocate for positive action to help the 11 million Canadians living with diabetes. Chances are we all know somebody with diabetes. Actually, in this house, we all do know someone with diabetes. Our health minister, who makes no bones about it, and uses that to promote World Diabetes all around our community. We have people like my mom, like the health minister, who, although it's possible for the majority of people to live healthy and normal lives, as we see, there are many risks associated with diabetes, including kidney disease, foot and leg problems, eye disease that can lead to blindness, heart attack, stroke, anxiety, and nerve damage, Mr. Speaker. People with diabetes must balance the challenges of everyday life with strict diet, nutrition, fitness, and a balance of blood sugar and insulin levels. Although recognized around the world, Diabetes Day Canada has a special significance, for we often pioneer the many studies and innovations that have allowed people with diabetes to live healthy and normal lives. November 14th was chosen as World Diabetes Day back in 1991 to honour the birthday of Canadian Sir Frederick Banting, who along with Dr. Charles Best, J.J.R. MacLeod, and James Collop are credited with the discovery of insulin. Our duty as British Columbians and Canadians is to carry on their legacy and the generation of heroes who have done so much to forward this incredible cause. So let's all do our part to raise awareness and donate to Diabetes Canada so that together we can bring an end to this scourge for all time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Parksville Qualicum.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise in the House today to recognize the incredible work of the Oceanside Hospice Society. For over 30 years, this community-funded and volunteer-driven charity has supported individuals who face end-of-life issues, bereavement, and grief and loss, both for patients and for families and caregivers. This also includes supports for those facing sudden loss, ranging from suicide, overdose, and accident. The Society was formally incorporated to continue the legacy of many years of community support, and today has over 65 volunteers and 5 part-time staff.
Hospice is an integral part of the interdisciplinary end-of-life team within Oceanside community, practicing a holistic approach to care where the quality of life and the patient's comfort is the top priority. They strive to provide links in the continuum of care by supporting caregivers at home, in a hospital or palliative care unit, and at a community care facility. Bereavement counselling has increased and continues to rise with the COVID-19 pandemic, and their work of on-site counsellors provides more than 21 hours every week with a second on-call counsellor to cover the overflow. Their equipment loan program is unique as they're the only hospice on Vancouver Island to provide this valuable service. This allows palliative patients to stay at home longer in comfort and surrounded by those that they love. All of these services are offered free of charge, and they are accomplished through the continual and dedicated fundraising efforts of volunteers year-round. The end of a loved one's life is a difficult time under any circumstance, and the COVID-19 pandemic has made things even more challenging for families and those left behind to grieve. But one thing is certain, Oceanside Hospice Society will continue to find ways to ensure end-of-life care is provided safely and compassionately. Before I conclude today, I would like to especially recognize the Executive Director, Julie Chambers, who has gone above and beyond during the pandemic and has exemplified leadership for our community. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Member for Shuswap.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in the House today to recognize a very special group of workers. With over 100 different trades available in BC, apprenticeships play a key role in delivering skilled tradespeople to meet the needs of training our workforce. November is Apprenticeship Recognition Month, a time to highlight the importance of trades careers in BC. The Industry Training Authority has embarked on an apprenticeship awareness campaign, Apprentice Now, aimed at showing the real-world value that skills trades bring to our province. Bakers, barbers, boilermakers, cabinet makers, carpenters, and cooks, motorcycle mechanics, meat cutters, machinists, power engineering, plumbers, and who knows, maybe one day we might even see a training program for politicians. Now, despite their vital importance to our everyday lives and the incredible opportunities available through the trades, apprenticeship training oftentimes lacks the recognition and the appreciation it truly deserves. And the demand for skilled trades workers in BC continues to grow. According to the 2019 Labour Market Outlook, 73,000 job openings are expected in trades through 2029. A lot of these job openings are the result of many of our skilled tradespeople retiring, which is why apprenticeships are so vitally important to our province as they help build and inspire the next generation of skilled tradespeople. Trades continue to be underrepresented by women, Indigenous Canadians, and cultural minorities. Only 10% of BC apprentices are currently women, with only 7% of BC apprentices being Indigenous. Now, I also want to take a moment to recognize and honour those who are instrumental in encouraging young British Columbians to pursue careers in trades. In my own school district, people like Reed Finley, Michelle Hall, Curtis Bellows, Doug Brown, Greg Seed, and John Quilty are invaluable for encouraging and guiding our students to develop the skills, knowledge, and passion they need to pursue careers in the trades through the district's career education and applied design, skills, and technology programs. So would the House please join me in recognizing all of the incredible people who are helping to raise the next generation of tradespeople, including the apprentices, their educational institutions and teachers, sponsoring employers, and the regulatory bodies that oversee the training and certification of our tradespeople. And join me in wishing all British Columbians in the trades a great Apprenticeship Recognition Month.
Madam Clerk.
Oral questions by members.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For weeks, we've been raising legitimate questions on behalf of parents about this government's clawback of autism funding. We've heard a Minister of the Crown call the comments sanctimonious. And just today, we heard dismissive comments by the member from Chilliwack, Kent. Well, you know what, Mr. Speaker? A constituent of that member, Donna Hemmings, listened to her words today. This is what she had to say to her MLA, and I quote,
We're not scared of change. What we're scared of is how the NDP government decided for us not to be part of the decision-making process for our children. How rude for my MLA to say that people are capitalizing on fears. This is just another proof that they are not listening. The minister created the fear by not consulting, by not listening to us. My MLA's comment is rude and dismissive to what are the justifiable fears of parents, end quote. Parents across this province are worried, they are frustrated, and they are angry. And it has everything to do with a unilateral decision by this minister and this government. Not the words of the opposition. This is squarely on the shoulder of this minister and government. So today, on behalf of parents across British Columbia, 17,000 of whom have signed a petition, will the minister and her colleagues stop being dismissive of the concerns that parents are expressing? Will she end the clawback and do the right thing today?
Minister of Children and Family Development.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It is really important to be listening to families and to be hearing of the expertise and experiences of families caring for children and youth with neurodiverse needs, including families with children with diagnosis of autism. Honourable Speaker, we started this work nearly 3 years ago now, and we're continuing this transition through to 2025. We are holding information sessions starting this very month, and those conversations will continue, and we'll continue to hear from families and Indigenous communities and service providers to inform this operationalisation of this new framework in the best interests of children, youth and families.
Leader of the Official Opposition, supplemental.
Well, thank you very much. And the minister, to the minister again, she missed a step. The information sessions, and the minister knows this, are not about consulting. They're about talking about implementation. Parents are asking and begging this minister to back up, not to talk about implementation. Well, if the minister stubbornly refuses to listen, every single one of her silent colleagues should start speaking up for their constituents. We know that MLAs on that side of the House have had dozens, if not hundreds, of letters from parents. In fact, will the MLA for Richmond-Queensborough listen to his constituent, Mike Sachs, who says, and I quote, "I question the need to destroy a service that has helped thousands of families over 20 years and replace it with government-run hubs. I call on the minister to immediately stop this plan," end quote. Will the MLA for Vancouver-Fraserview listen to a constituent, Sabrina Sandhu, who is heartbroken and scared for her son, Dominic? She writes, and I quote, "We need you to care. We need you to put a stop to this. Please don't turn our world upside down," end quote. Not my words, not the words of the opposition, the words of desperate, frightened and upset parents who are writing to their MLAs who were sent to Victoria to be their voice in this legislature. And what do they hear? Nothing. So, will someone, anyone in the government, please listen to parents? They are asking for the minister to back up, to consult like she should have done in the first place, and most importantly, end the clawback today.
Minister of Children and Family Development.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. We will continue to listen to families, and we will continue to listen to service providers and Indigenous communities as well. As we move forward now, starting at the end of this month, we're engaging in those meaningful conversations, and that dialogue and those conversations will continue in the weeks and months ahead, Honourable Speaker. We're delivering on early implementation areas so that we can evaluate the process of delivering on the new framework. And I absolutely understand that some families families have concerns and have anxieties, and we will be working with them. We have the time to be able to create really positive transitions with families, putting their child and youth at the centre, working in partnership with parents, understanding that for a long time they've had to create that package of services for their children and youth. More children and youth will receive services under the new framework, children and youth who get left behind today. Satvir Chima, Executive Director of Progressive Intercultural Community Services Society, says, "It can be extremely challenging for parents to have to shop around for the best supports for their child, especially for families for whom English may not be their first language. Services that are culturally safe, inclusive, easy to navigate, and offered in one convenient location are critical to ensuring all children and youth with support needs are getting the help they need."
Member for West Vancouver, Capilano.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We continue to ask questions and we continue to get the same platitudes back from this government and this minister. Last week, this minister falsely claimed that families, and again just now, with English as a second language support this clawback. Rosa Gonzalez responds that she is a service provider to over 90 families, most of whom are Filipinos and immigrants, and that she is acutely aware of the specific needs of underrepresented groups. She says, and I quote, "To believe that immigrant families are unable to select or manage their service teams is naive and culturally insensitive. To take away this individualized funding and the family's freedom to choose will effectively disenfranchise these families," end quote. Mr. Speaker, will the minister respect parents' choice and stop this clawback?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I do understand that there are many parents out there who are concerned and who are worried. There are families for whom they have been able eventually, after struggling, we've heard for a long time, been able to create a package of services. But for many other children with support needs, they have been left behind and it hasn't been possible for them to receive the services that they need. Under the new framework, children with autism will still receive the services that they need. Not only that, children whose parents are concerned that they might have an autism diagnosis will receive services earlier and while they might be waiting for a diagnosis. And, Honourable Speaker, in addition to that, children and youth where there are other concerns, brain injury, for example, fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, Down syndrome, will also be able to access services that meet their needs. And, Honourable Speaker, what that means is that they will be able to thrive. They will meet their developmental milestones. They will fulfil their potential.
Member for West Vancouver, Capilano, supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Alicia Mohammed Pal is a constituent of the MLA for Vancouver Hastings. She is the mother of Layla, an extraordinary little girl who wears braces on both of her legs and was recently diagnosed with autism. Alicia has past experience with the hub model, but with individualized funding, she is now working to set up a team to help Lila thrive. Alicia writes, quote, "We are her parents and we know best how to do that. The thought of these choices being taken away is just not acceptable," end quote. So, Mr. Speaker, we will ask again, will the minister listen to Alicia and countless other families and end this clawback?
Minister. Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And I absolutely understand that parents are the experts in the lives of their children, the needs of their children. And I'm absolutely passionately committed to working in partnership with parents. Having worked in the field for over 30 years, I know that that is the best model. And in the new framework, that is the commitment that we are making, is to work in partnership with parents. We're putting children and youth at the centre. There's a multidisciplinary team of professionals and workers who will work with that family to make sure that each child and youth, based on their unique and individual needs will receive the services that they need for them to be able to fulfill their potential. As Dr. Chow, President of Doctors of BC, has said, I am very pleased to see the provincial government move towards a needs-based system of supports for these children and their families. As a specialist in child and youth mental health, I know that neurodiversity and disability does not always fit nicely into diagnostic categories. I look forward to the positive impact for everyone involved in helping our children grow and succeed.
Member for Sandwich North and Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For weeks, we've heard the Minister of Children and Families repeat the same rhetoric, and unfortunately, it's failed to provide the comfort that she's been hoping that it would. Mr. Speaker, Darwin Dinesh had Down syndrome, autism, and other conditions. For his entire life, like thousands of children in British Columbia, he fought for basic access to services, which he never got, including when he was dying last year. His father, Dr. Roshan Dinesh, who is well known to this government as a human rights advocate, made it clear in an editorial this weekend that changes proposed by the Minister of Children and Families will make things worse, not just for kids like Darwin, but for all children with disabilities. Mr. Dinesh, Dr. Dinesh, said these changes will lead to each child not being treated as an individual with integrity and dignity. He warned the changes are unscientific and will lead to a system that is even more discriminatory. My question, Mr. Speaker, is through you to the Minister of Children and Family Development. Will the minister listen to people who have lived experience and professional experience like Dr. Dinesh and put their plans to change the system on hold so the proper engagement with parents, experts, and organizations can take place?
Minister of Children and Family Development.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I thank the family for sharing their story with us. What a difficult story to tell. And I thank all the families who have shared their stories with us on our journey as we try and make improvements to services for children and youth with support needs here in British Columbia. I have been hearing concerns from families, and we will continue to listen to families. In fact, listening to feedback from families has been at the heart of the work that we've been doing in this ministry. For example, during the pandemic, we heard from families who told us that they wanted to be able to use the respite funding that they get in a more flexible way so that they would actually feel better supported in taking care of their children and youth. Honourable Speaker, we implemented that as an emergency measure, and we have now turned that into a permanent measure as well, because we were listening to families and what they need from us as a government. We are continuing to listen to families. We've started to register people for information sessions that will be starting later on this month. We will continue those conversations, and we will continue to show families where and how we're listening to them as we continue to develop these services.
Very good. Member for Sandwich North and Island, supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the only people that are nodding to this rhetoric are the people that are sitting in this room. For weeks, we have heard story after story of British Columbians coming and imploring this government to stop, to take a step back, and to start a process at the beginning, not in the middle. Mr. Speaker, over the last few weeks, Dr. Dinesh has spoken with senior representatives of this government about how the proposed changes will impact children like Dr. Dinesh's late son, Darwin, those with the most complex special needs. From the response of those representatives, it was apparent that they did not know what the impact of these changes would be on the children. Government representatives suggested that this is why they will be running a pilot project to figure these impacts out. This is a shocking admission, Mr. Speaker. These are children's lives, and these uninformed decisions will impact thousands of families in British Columbia. Is this government really going to experiment on these already vulnerable children and families? Pardon?
Member will continue.
Mr. Speaker, through you to the Minister of Children and Family Development, does the minister really think that it's sound public policy to subject children and families in crisis to
to a pilot project to see if their government plans may work? Does the minister think that her approach is in the best interest of children and families?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I can absolutely assure everybody in this House that nothing is more important to us and our government than the children and youth of British Columbia. We are continuing our work, making sure that we put children and youth at the centre, and we will continue to listen to the experiences of families as we go through this process, and we will continue to adapt the process as well. Honourable Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to say thank you to all of the staff in my ministry who also put the welfare and the well-being and the health and happiness of the children of this province as the #1 priority in their daily work. Thank you.
Members. Member for Fraser-Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NDP have decided they know better than parents and have caused chaos and confusion in the entire disability sector. Autism BC says, and I quote, "The government has failed to provide any information about how the sweeping changes impact many other programs in the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Health, and the Ministry of Social Development and Poverty Reduction. The fear and stress this is causing families is unacceptable." End quote. The clawback impacts eligibility criteria for multiple services in the Ministry of Social Development, including the Personalized Support Initiative, Individualized Funding, and Community Living BC. Will the Minister of Social Development give a clear answer to parents on how the clawback and lack of assessments will affect those who need CLBC supports?
Children and Family Development.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. We are putting children and youth at the heart of the framework that we're developing, Honourable Speaker. The new model does not require a diagnosis for service for children and youth, Honourable Speaker, but that doesn't mean that a diagnosis
Members.
is not...
Members. Continue.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. So having a diagnosis can also be a helpful tool for children and youth and for individuals to create a service package. And so we're not saying that it's not helpful for children and youth to have a diagnosis. And so families will make their decisions about what's helpful for people in their family. And so we will be working, the Ministry of Children and Family Development will be working closely with other ministries to make sure that there are seamless wraparound services for children and youth wherever they are. As we know, they live multifaceted lives, and we'll make sure that we work in partnership across government to support them.
Member for Fraser-Nicola, supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, without sounding sanctimonious, the parents and advocates don't believe the government. On a whim, the system is being thrown out without consultation or detailed answers, and this has added stress and fear for parents and the entire community. As Autism BC President Kay Benez says, and I quote, "There is no faith that this new framework is actually going to work because there has been no transparency and no consultation, and we don't see it happening now." End quote. Will the Minister of Social Development stop the clawback and listen to parents and advocates?
Minister of Children and Family Development.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And it is really important to make sure that we listen to families and also other people with experience and with experts as well. So for nearly 3 years now, we've been engaging with and listening to families and service providers, people with expertise, Indigenous communities as well. And over the next few years, as we continue this work, Honourable Speaker, we'll continue those conversations. Indeed, just last week...
Members, let's hear the... Okay. Member for Nichaco Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, we've heard all kinds of problems about consultation and the lack thereof, and the reviews are in. In the forest sector, there is agreement. The NDP's lack of consultation is absolutely astounding. First Nations are saying no. You can't have a decision in 30 days. Chief Willie Sellers says, and I quote, "What is the expectation out of the government that we're going to turn this thing around in 30 days and actually give them a meaningful response?" End quote. The Union of BC Indian Chiefs refers to it as a political souffle. Can the minister explain why she chose not to properly consult with the First Nations and other communities on such an important issue?
Minister of Forests, Lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really appreciate the question because this is such a critical issue for the people of BC, and so I'm really happy to get a question period about it. And I'd like to point out to the member that, in fact, there has been considerable consultation since 2017 when we first formed government, because we recognized that there was outdated policies in this province that needed to change. We needed to ensure that the forests of this province were being shared with the First Nations people, and that what I have been hearing critically important, very critically important, is that we have to consult with the rights and title holders. I hear that every time we reach out to Indigenous nations.
Members, let's hear the answer, please. Members.
And they are saying to us that we need to consult with the rights and title holders. We have let nations know that we are looking at a 30-day time period to hear whether they want to engage further, to hear whether they want to defer or not. And it's really interesting that the members laugh at that because we think this is a critically important. We think it's critically important because we have to find out if they do want to defer, if in fact they feel that there has been enough deferral on their traditional territory, if they want to talk about further harvesting, other deferrals, conservation. We want to have those conversations, and it is critically important, and we will continue to do that.
Member for Nichako Lake, supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So let me just get it right in terms of what the minister said. They spent 4 years out apparently doing some sort of consultation. Then they come out with an announcement and blindside everybody. How is that consultation? I have a trouble understanding what the minister is trying to say. First Nations have been very clear, and what they've been told is they have 30 days to decide whether these deferrals go forward or not. How is that proper consultation? That's not proper engagement. But you know what? It's not just First Nations that were blindsided, Mr. Speaker. The government's announcement, of course, around this also took the steelworkers by surprise. And Jeff Bromley from the United Steelworkers says the NDP announcement was, and I quote, "a gut punch," end quote. The biggest punch is, quite frankly, the complete uncertainty this has now created for 18,000 forest workers whose jobs are now at risk, according to Kofi. They have no idea what the future holds, and quite frankly, the government has not put any plans in place to support them through any kind of transition that may or may not be implemented. First Nations are unhappy, Labour leaders are unhappy, forest communities aren't happy. Will the minister stop this brutally political process and actually listen to those directly impacted?
Minister of Forests.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank again, I want to thank the member for the question because I do want to clarify that there have been discussions. I mean, we introduced our intentions paper this spring, and before we introduced the intentions paper, we had those consultations. And we also introduced last fall, the government introduced the strategic review on old growth. And everyone we talked to agreed with the recommendations in the old growth strategic review. Everybody agreed with them. We talked to industry, we talked to labor, we talked to communities, and everybody agreed.
Order.
Everybody agreed that we needed to move forward with new legislation. We needed to move forward with deferrals of old growth because we needed to recognize that it's not either or. It's not about jobs or the environment. It's not about the economy or the environment. It's about doing both, and it's something we can do. But ask your own colleague about that. I mean, the member for up in Prince George, Mackenzie, said that something should have been done decades ago. You know, your own member said that.
Members, let's listen to the minister. Minister will continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the member also said that if something had been done years ago, we wouldn't be in the position we're in now. And I am not. As a minister responsible, I will not have people talking about me 10 years from now saying she should have done something and didn't do anything.
Member for Caribou-Chilcotin. Member for Caribou-Chilcotin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The one thing that has happened on this side is that we do share differences of opinion, unlike the side over there that has not put anybody up to debate the FOIPA bill or anything else. We definitely, not only has there...
Members, member is asking a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not only has there been surprise, but there's been confusion as well. The minister might want to focus on what she's doing to the thousands of families who count on the forest sector. The people on the front line estimate 18,000 jobs could be lost. We have the Minister of Forests saying it won't be that bad. There will be just 4,500 jobs lost. And the Minister of Jobs has said, and I quote, "It's impossible to guess the exact number. I think it's a little premature to throw numbers out," end quote. Confusing to say the least. Will the Forest Minister table a socio-economic study today or admit that she was just throwing numbers out?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for this question because, yeah, I'd like to throw a number out. I'd like to throw the number out of 30,000 people. 30,000. 30,000 people who lost their jobs under the former government. I know the member wasn't there, so I'll tell him what happened. 30,000 people lost their jobs. 30,000 people got absolutely no support from members opposite. 30,000 people and communities. Got no, well, you can keep making off all you'd like, but I'll tell you what happened.
Members, come to order.
30,000 people lost their jobs. Absolutely no support.
Members will come to order now. The question was asked. Minister has to give the answer. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There was absolutely no support for communities. We are doing things differently because we respect workers. We respect communities. We understand. I know what it was like to go through living in a forest-dependent community under that jurisdiction. I know how many people lost their jobs with no support. I know there was no support to communities. We will have supports in place.
Members will come to order now.
Place, not only for workers, but for communities and for their families. We will have those supports in place because we are committed to this.
Member has supplemental.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, under the BC Jobs Plan, the forest sector saw the addition of 10,000 jobs. All
Let's listen to the question, please. Order. Let's listen to the question.
All of which, Mr. Speaker, have been lost under the NDP, and the minister seems to be just warming up. More than 18,000 people are being threatened by the government's decision, and the minister hasn't even bothered to do a socio-economic study. The forest minister claimed there would be 4,500 jobs lost. The jobs minister contradicted her, saying, quote, "The numbers are premature and it's jumping the gun," end quote. What this government has done is cause confusion, it's caused chaos and anxiety right across the province, Mr. Speaker. The minister has let down First Nations, labour leaders and forest communities and created a patchwork plan that raises more questions than answers. Will the minister today table a socio-economic study that outlines what workers can expect?
Minister, she hasn't even started yet, guys. All right, let's listen to the minister. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's just so, such hypocrisy. I mean, jobs were shipped away. 30,000 jobs were lost. Dozens of mills were closed. And at the same time, there was no support. So, and you know, don't take it from me, take it from your own colleague, you know, from Prince George Mackenzie, who says that's something that should have been looked at decades ago to ensure the forest industry was more sustainable. You know, we have a plan.
Members.
We have a plan. Our plan is a vision for forest care. Our plan is to protect our oldest and most ancient forests. Our plan is that Indigenous people are full partners in sustainable forest management. And our plan is that workers and communities are supported with secure, innovative forestry jobs for generations to come. We are going to implement all 14 recommendations of the overall strategic review. We are going to do detailed socioeconomic analysis. You let me finish.
Members, let her finish.
When deferrals are made, we will do those detailed
Members.
Those detailed socioeconomic analysis of individual communities. We have done an overview of the entire province. We will not be seeing deferrals over the entire province.
Order.
I'm trying to answer the question. So, I'm trying.
Members will come to order now. And Minister will conclude shortly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's really hard to conclude when they're yelling at me. But so the members opposite know the entire socioeconomic analysis was done on the entire province. If every area was deferred, that we are going to be doing an individual socioeconomic analysis when areas are deferred, because that is what is critically important to communities, to workers, and to the industry that we are going to ensure we save.
The bell ends the question period. Member for Saanich North and Island.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier in this session last spring, I tabled a petition with respect to a road on Salt Spring Island called Bettis. I now have another petition with 290 signatures regarding that same road.
Member for Burnaby North.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present the second report of the Select Standing Committee on Finance and Government Services for the second session of the 42nd Parliament, titled Report on Budget 2022 Consultation. I move that the report be taken as read and received.
Members, you heard the motion. All those in favour indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Member.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of the House to move a motion to adopt the report.
Members, has the leave granted? Aye. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In moving adoption of the report, I would like to make some brief comments. The annual budget consultation is an important exercise of democracy that allows British Columbians to share their views, ideas, and priorities for the upcoming provincial budget. From June 30th to September 30th, British Columbians provided thoughtful, informative, and passionate input on a range of issues, including health, education, economic development, and more. We heard 347 presentations, the most in the history of the consultation, and received 710 written submissions and 1,417 responses to the survey. On behalf of the committee, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to everyone who took the time to participate. Your input directly informed the committee's 143 recommendations for the 2022 provincial budget. In making these recommendations, the committee highlights climate change and the emergency preparedness as areas that require urgent and immediate action. It was made clear to the committee that the impacts of climate change are being felt across the province, with increasingly extreme weather events such as the heat dome and the Lytton fire. The next climate-related disaster could happen tomorrow or today. And British Columbia needs to take every action to mitigate and prepare for its impact. Committee members also highlight the need to address housing affordability and supply. Many British Columbians stressed that housing is a crisis point and affecting health and the economy. Addressing this issue will require a multi-pronged approach. We are in a time of unique challenges, but with these challenges come opportunities. We heard stories across the province of people working together, investing their time and energy to make their communities better. The committee is of the view that support of these local efforts and investment in proactive planning and prevention across sectors is both a prudent economic decision and an important step forward in improving quality of life for British Columbians. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all committee members, including the member from Surrey Fleetwood, who stepped in during an emergency on a temporary basis, and members of the committee on both sides of the aisle who stepped in the moment to make that emergency from being even worse. And I would especially like to thank the Deputy Chair, the member for Kelowna West, for their support and work on this consultation and for their thoughtful contributions and discussions during deliberations. This consultation covered a wide range of important topics, and this committee worked tirelessly to review, engage with, and discuss each of these issues with the gravity they deserved. As members of this House are likely aware, there is a considerable amount of work behind the scenes to conduct a consultation of this scope. On behalf of the committee, I would like to acknowledge and extend our appreciation to the Legislative Assembly staff for their work on this consultation. From the Parliamentary Committee's office, thank you to Jennifer Errol, Mary Newell, Karn Riar, Katie Stickle, Jesse Gordon, Jenny Byford, and Jonathan Hamilton. From IT, thank you to Darren Parfit. And from the Hansard Services, thank you to Mike Baer, Amanda Heffelfinger, Simon Delat, Dwight Schmidt, Billy Young, and the entire Hansard broadcasting, transcribing, and publishing teams. Thank you Honourable Speaker.
Members, the question is Kelowna West going to make comments? Please proceed. Kelowna West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I just want to echo the remarks of the member from Burnaby North who acknowledged so many of the people that were a part of this. The staggering numbers of presentations, the challenges with COVID. We reintroduced in-person meetings, which I think we all agreed as a committee that would set a new standard, that we were out there vaccinated and make certain that people were heard. The voices that we heard represent the diversity of our province, and we worked hard to ensure that the majority of those voices were included in this report. There's one moment of disappointment, a last-second decision to amend the recommendations that had already been approved. The strength of the report comes from hearing from as many people as possible, and the attempts to reduce those voices are unhelpful and regrettable. Overall, the report reflects the hopefulness of British Columbians, and it's been a pleasure to be a part of this engagement process, working with the committee members on both sides of the House, the clerk's office, all the staff at Hansard. I just want to thank everybody for their participation. Thank you.
Members, the question is the adoption of the report. All those in favour indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Madam Clerk.
Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I call Committee of the Whole Bill 24, Environmental Management Amendment Act.
Committee Chair.
All right, members, I'm just going to put us into a short recess to prepare for the next bill committee stage. So the House is in recess. Thank you. All right, members, we're here for committee stage of Bill 24, the Environmental Management Amendment Act 2021. Did the minister want to open with a statement, or we'll dive right in? Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I look forward to questions from members. I know there has been some speculation in the public about whether important issues like accessibility or health issues will be addressed in the consultations that will accompany the development of regulations, and I will welcome the opportunity to offer clarity on those questions.
On Clause 1, member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Minister. Certainly quite a few questions around Section 1, trying to get a good sense of the scope and what is intended by the definition around single-use product. I think everyone agrees, and we've seen with polling, that we want to see as much reduction of plastic as possible within our lived environment and by extension our natural environment as it turns into waste. But certainly there's good intentions, and then there's the practicality of enforcement or actual day-to-day usage and things happening within our daily lives. So I guess if the minister could just provide a broad overview of the intent, or what, under the definition of single-use product, what types of products are intended to be captured by the definition that we see in the bill.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. So currently, there is no definition of single-use product. So we wanted to provide that definition, and the member's question is a good one. So including the definition of single-use product will allow the ministry to regulate and restrict products that have both a single use or a short-term use, which is more than one, but really relatively short-term, very short-term. So let me give some examples. A Tupperware container may be a short-term single use. Disposable razors are, I think, a good example. Moving boxes would be a good example.
Thank you. So can the minister confirm then the intent is truly to restrict the single-use products, and so things like disposable razors and Tupperware that was just mentioned could quite easily fall under the regulation moving forward once this bill is passed?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And the answer to the member is yes, subject to the consultation that we will do and the economic analysis as well as the environmental analysis that we will do. The intention is to restrict. There are some items, of course, that were put forward for bans by local governments, which I have already approved as minister, and I think it's pretty fair to assume that we would include those given they've already been approved. Plastic bags are one of them, polystyrene foam containers are another, straws by request, not straws being allowed by request, not automatically handed out.
Member.
Thank you. Well, one of the reoccurring themes we've seen with legislation certainly throughout this session, and some of the bills are still open and being gone through committee stage, but other bills as well, is we have a bill in front of us with a concept, and then everything is left to regulation after the fact, and without a clear understanding of what the regulations boundaries would be. And so we have been hearing concerns from people wanting to know under these definitions, if things like you go to a Canucks game and you get your drink and go back to your seat, you're not allowed to have glass in a Canucks building. You're not allowed to have a reusable container that you bring in from the street. Will products such as that be subject to regulation, or is there somewhere in this act that I've missed that they would be excluded?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member. That's actually a very good example, and I'm sure it's on the mind of every hockey fan or football fan. We will consider through the process of consultation exemptions for exactly that kind of example offered by the member. But part of it will also be considering if we can find, or if the marketplace provides viable alternatives that reduce the use of plastic that can be used in places like games to reduce waste and eliminate single-use containers.
Thank you. And again, this is questions are maybe sounding flippant at times. I assure the minister they are not meant to be. But again, people do have a lot of serious questions around this type of a proposal, especially because everything is being left to after the fact regulation. Some other examples we've heard of is there anything in this that would prevent the sale, or is this intended to, I guess let me rephrase that. Under regulation, would this legislation enable the minister to ban things like the sale of garbage bags people would use at home and things of that nature that you might buy in a large box, 100 at a time, yet the actual product inside the box is most certainly single use? And I think of garbage bags. I'm not aware of many people that would reuse their doggy bag when they take their dog for a walk. But certainly those types of products are in high demand, especially in urbanized areas where sidewalks and such come into play when you're taking your pets out for a walk. So is there anything in this act? This act seems to be structured in such a way that would make it possible through regulation to ban those types of products. Is that correct?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and I want to assure the member I don't find the questions flippant at all, because they probably represent questions that many people in British Columbia have, and it's great to be able to provide an answer. So our focus would be certainly on instances where retailers are providing single-use products that actually have viable alternatives to replace them. We would not, I mean, theoretically the Act could allow that, but we would not be seeking to ban something for which there is no viable alternative. For instance, a garbage bag or a doggy bag that people are using. We may, however, and hopefully the market will work with us in that, encourage the development of viable alternatives that may be truly biodegradable, that could ultimately replace some of these products. And of course, as the member knows, a large focus of our time is spent on encouraging people to reduce waste overall, therefore requiring less garbage bags, although there's not much we can do about dogs, and contribute to a true circular economy by reducing what people use, which is where the single-use plastic amendment comes in, and ultimately the regulations, recycling, and ensuring that we have adequate extended producer responsibility coverage for a broad range of items in British Columbia.
Member.
Thank you, and I'm not sure if my question around packaging that I have is for this or for later on in Clause 2 around 11. But overall, when it comes to packaging, could the Minister clarify when it talks about packaging of products, when you think of things like, say, bottled water, which I'm assuming bottled water may fall under single-use plastic as well, but it typically comes with some form of plastic wrapping around to make sure you're not shipping 24 bottles at a time that are rolling all over the place. Is that the type of packaging, the shrink wrap that goes around a pallet when it's getting shipped from one store to another and off of containers to the store, is that the type of packaging that is referenced in this bill as well?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and to the member. First of all, I just want to assure the member and the public that we're not considering banning plastic water bottles, although we would certainly encourage people to find and use reusable ones. But the answer with respect to shrink wrapping, for example, that holds bundles of things together for packaging, yes, we could ban that, and we would ban it if we found that there were viable alternatives available that reduced the necessity to use that kind of plastic.
Member.
Thank you. So could the Minister then clarify bottled water? Obviously not, but ultimately it's the bottle, not the product, that people worry about the most. And so is the Minister then saying that any type of that plastic bottle that one would associate with, say, bottled water, but obviously holds juice and other beverages in it, those are not contemplated with this legislation or this regulation?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and to the member, no, I can confirm that we are not considering banning those kinds of plastic containers. They're covered under our bottle deposit and recycling program, which encourages people to not toss them in the gutter or toss them in the garbage, but to ensure they're included in the recycling program and repurposed or reprocessed following that.
Member for Delta South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you, Mr. Chair, to the Minister. Based on the massive use of agricultural plastics throughout the world, it's become one of the biggest users of plastic. In the United Kingdom, a few years ago, a statistic showed 45,000 tons of plastic was used in agricultural purpose in the United Kingdom in 1 year. In British Columbia, we have several types of heavy plastic that is used in all aspects of agriculture, including baler twine, netting that goes around the round bales that are produced to hold them together, the white plastic and green plastic that goes around the silage bales that look like marshmallows in the field. And it would be devastating to the agriculture industry in BC to somehow have those removed or considered as a single-use plastic. So through you, Mr. Chair, to the Minister, could you comment on different varieties of agricultural plastics that are used? Will they be under regulation banned?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. It's an excellent question, and agricultural plastic and agricultural waste plastic waste is, of course, a concern to the agriculture industry, to farmers, as well as to the people of BC. But the way that we are addressing agricultural plastic waste is through the extended producer responsibility system and our proposal and consultations that are currently going out now with respect to how we update that plan for institutional, commercial and industrial sectors, and that's where we will be likely to address the handling of plastic waste and how we ensure that we bring it back in a way that that handles it properly through the recycling system. The focus on single-use plastics through regulation that will be enabled by this bill is in response to the consultations and what we heard from the public about single-use plastics. While there's concern about agricultural plastic use, it wasn't something that came up in this consultation. It has come up in consultation generally on the broader extended producer responsibility system, and that's what we're going to bring in. It will take some time to bring it in because we have to ensure that there's facility and capacity to handle those plastics and that it's cost effective for everyone, but that is the route we will take on agricultural plastics.
Member.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to further just give a definition of some of the many uses of plastic that would be devastating to agriculture in BC and throughout Canada if they were to be banned. As I said before, polyethylene baler twine for baling hay, of course, bale netting that goes around the round bales, massive tarps that go on top of bunker silos for corn silage and grass silage, the white plastic that goes around round bales, plastic that goes over seedling. We see in BC rows upon rows upon rows of the plastic that goes down over top of seedlings, which keeps the weeds down and creates a bit of a greenhouse effect for the seedlings that are growing. Fertilizer bags, pesticide containers, greenhouse coverings, the plastic that goes over the greenhouse hoop houses, PVC pipe for irrigation purposes, greenhouse packaging that the peppers and tomatoes and cucumbers go in is a vital part of our greenhouse industry and food production. Seed bags, and of course, like I said, fertilizer bags. So, Mr. Chair, through you to the Minister, having such an impact on agriculture in BC and having a devastating impact if it was to be banned, when it comes to consultation, probably the #1 consulting group in British Columbia to stay in contact with would be the BC Agriculture Council, who were just here a week ago or 2 weeks ago for BC Agriculture Day. So my question through you, Mr. Chair, to the Minister, have you consulted A, with the BC Agriculture Council and B, with the Minister of Agriculture?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. The member that we don't propose to ban things for which there are no alternatives. And I want to also reiterate that our focus on the real issue of agricultural plastic waste is through our extended producer responsibility section of our Plastics Action Plan, not through this bill. And we are consulting with the BC Agricultural Association on how we deal with agricultural plastics through ultimately changes to extended producer responsibility and recycling. I have, in fact, consulted with the Minister of Agriculture on a number of occasions, both with respect to this bill and addressing agricultural plastics in general, and she, of course, is a strong advocate for the continued viability of our important agriculture sector, which of course is what we rely on for food security. Our focus with respect to agricultural plastics, where there may not be alternatives, is not to ban plastic. It's to increase the percent of content of recycled plastic in the plastic product. So when we attempt to deal with it through extended producer responsibility, ensuring that people have a real incentive to collect and recycle, we have an industry in British Columbia, unlike other jurisdictions, where we have plastics remanufacturing, and I hope to see even more plastics remanufacturing plants than those which currently exist in British Columbia. Part of the Stronger BC Recovery Program was an invitation to different entrepreneurs and companies to make proposals about different ways they could recycle plastic, use plastic so it can be used again, and reduce the use of virgin plastic. And we had a broad range of thoughtful and viable proposals. So That is how we propose to deal with the agricultural sector, not through bans, but by extended producer responsibility and ensuring that we up the content of recycled plastic and plastic products in BC for the agricultural industry as well as elsewhere, and that we do that with manufactured in BC recycled plastics.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and if you'll indulge me, since I have an opportunity to ask a few questions to the Minister on maybe a slightly different topic, the massive amount of, and I would say British Columbia might be a third of the UK in tons of plastic used in a year for agricultural purposes. In the Fraser Valley and on my own farm, I was one of the first persons to import equipment from Germany that actually wrapped these round bales in white plastic. They looked like marshmallows in the field. But I'm getting comments and information from farmers and ranchers all over BC about what do we do with our plastic. And in the Fraser Valley, we do have opportunities to take this plastic to some recycling facilities. But if you live in Fort St. John or Hudson's Hope or in the Kootenays or Vanderhoof, they're absolutely out of ideas on what to do, and we really don't want to burn this plastic. We really don't want to dig a hole with the excavator and put it in the ground. So I'm asking to the Minister, what facilities do you have in place in northern BC and eastern BC for farmers to be able to recycle their plastic?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and to the member. I'll start by saying that probably the single topic that engenders the most meetings and comments for me at the Union of BC Municipalities is recycling in general, and particularly from interior and northern communities who don't have the benefit of the same economies of scale that have led to facilities existing of the kind the member referenced for agricultural plastic in more populated areas. And among the demands that local government make is that we focus on institutional, commercial, and industrial recycling, and including that in extended producer responsibility in our recycling program, which is exactly what we are proposing to do. We're currently working with the recycling industry, with local governments, with industry to bring that online, but we can't collect it until the facilities exist to handle it and process it. Otherwise, we're simply going to be collecting it, and it could well end up in landfills or burnt or whatever. So that is not our long-term plan. We're working as quickly as we can, but the member asked what facilities are in place in the north, for instance, to handle them, and the answer is none yet. We're working on it.
Member for Kamloops South Thompson. North Thompson. Both
Sorry,
beautiful
we
places.
We get mistaken as one and the same. Often
Definitely.
Called twins. Yes. Yes.
I got a twin in Kamloops. Yeah.
There you go. Actually, you do. That's true. So there you go. Thanks to the Minister for that. I think where some of the apprehension is starting to come with the bill is in Section 1 here, in Clause 1, we're talking about adding in a definition to the Act around what a single-use product is. And every interpretation of that moving forward is left to regulation and unknown regulation. So by virtue of that, almost every product out there could almost meet the definition that the Minister has clarified for us when even Tupperware is being invoked as a short-term product. Well, I can tell you that, well, at least the Tupperware lids in my house last a long time. I don't know what happens to the rest of the Tupperware, but if you're like my house, you got a lot of lids and not a lot of containers. But the point being, I think, is that there's not enough detail in what is being excluded at this point. So as we've heard about the concerns in the agricultural side of the equation, we're also hearing the same within the healthcare realm. and things around PPE, especially in light of what's going on with COVID. And you think of all the first aid attendants and on-site construction sites with first aid kits and everything else. So would single-use product under this definition, would that include things like plastics used in the provision of health care based on this definition? Not what might happen in regulation, but based on how this definition is worded. Would healthcare plastics also fall under this single-use definition?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to reiterate for the member, well, first of all, let me say that the member knows and members opposite who have served in government know that it is not uncommon to leave certain details to regulation for a number of reasons, not the least of which is the ability to more easily keep them current and amend them and ensure that that they meet the intent. So that is why much of the detail will be developed in regulation following real consultation with the public, with retailers, with manufacturers about what's possible. It's not our intent to ban things where there is no alternative or where they're necessary. It is clearly our hope that alternatives will be developed over time to reduce plastic waste where that's possible. It's also our intention, as I've stated, to increase extended producer responsibility, recycling of plastic, and inclusion of more recycled content in our plastic products rather than virgin plastics. But this was an excellent question by the member with respect to healthcare, and it gives me the opportunity to make absolutely clear, I want to make absolutely clear that it is not the intent under this bill, and we will not ban the use of plastics, single-use or otherwise, where they are necessary for healthcare, whether it's personal protective equipment or other healthcare uses, nor would we ban the use of single-use plastics, for instance, plastic straws, where they're necessary for accessibility issues for people with any kind of disability where that single-use plastic is the only alternative for them. We will not do that, and in fact, in all of the bans that were submitted by local government for my approval by as minister, before we made it possible for them to develop them on their own, it was made absolutely clear that the bans had to provide provision for healthcare uses and accessibility uses. And again, when we issued the order that allowed municipalities to go ahead without my approval, again, the order included issues of healthcare and accessibility as issues that had to be addressed as exemptions to single-use plastic bans. So I hope that is absolutely crystal clear for the member or anyone else who shares that concern.
Member.
Thank you, and I take the minister certainly at his word on that, and I guess it's sometimes a function of when we each have jobs or titles, so to speak, under our governmental elected type work, you start to feel like, okay, well, what I say today is how it shall be forevermore. Certainly there were mayors in my office in Kamloops before me, and last I checked, there's one in there after me. There was environment ministers before this minister, and you know, at the whim of the premier, there's a new environment minister. And that's just the system we work under. And so what one minister's intent might be is not necessarily the actions of another minister moving forward. And so when things are left wide open under legislation to be decided by regulation after the fact, and there's no exemptions in here, it does open the door for future governments, future ministers, anybody in a position of power to change that. So could the minister please just clarify then, I was just simply checking whether or not medical plastics would fit under the definition, as it's written right now, of single-use product under this legislation the way it is written.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And first of all, I appreciate the member's comment and the concern that he is raising, but I also know that interpretation of an act is guided by statements that are made by the minister in introducing the act and in answering questions on committee stage, which is why I tried to give such a clear answer to the question in my previous response. I don't think I can make that more clear, but I want to assure the member that we would not consider medical use plastics that are necessary and for which there is no alternative to be covered by the definition in this Act. And I think we've demonstrated that in the exemptions that we insisted on with respect to local government.
Member.
Thank you. Well, that sounded like a fairly succinct answer as to how an exemption could have been worded when this bill was brought forward to make amendments to the existing Act. So within the discussion and within the development of specifically Clause 1, but this whole 4 clauses that are in front of us amending the Act, why was there not any exemptions just highlighted right off the very front end instead of leaving everything wide open for interpretation of a regulation process as opposed to flat out making sure that, as the minister just laid out, a fairly clearly defined wording around medical plastics could have easily been inserted in as an exemption. There could have been an exemption with a reference made to agricultural plastics in terms of how this Act directly pertains to them and leaving other waste acts to deal with agricultural plastic. So why was there no actual exemptions highlighted and defined in this bill that would have actually very clearly told everybody that, especially on medical plastics, this is a no-go zone, full stop, and it's not being left to regulation now or in the future.
Minister of the Environment and Climate Change Strategy.
Asked about agricultural packaging and products and why we didn't specifically include an exemption. And actually, I would say that almost exclusively that kind of packaging of agricultural materials or commodities is already covered by the Act, which was brought in in 2003 by the previous government. The existing provision says packaging means a material, substance, or object that is A, used to protect, contain, or transport a commodity or product, or B, attached to a commodity or product or its container for the purpose of marketing or communicating information about the commodity or product. So that is currently the language in the Act, and the Act contains no specific exemption with respect to agricultural products. But as the member knows, those things have not been banned where there is no suitable alternative.
Just before I recognize the member for Kamloops North Thompson, question for Hansard. The first part of the answer was off mic. Do you need that repeated? No, you good? You need it repeated or you're good? You're good. All right, thanks. Kamloops North Thompson, please.
Yes. Thank you for that on the agricultural side. And again, there are still questions around packaging, as we canvassed earlier, in terms of what would qualify or not. And so it comes down to some of that interpretation. I guess the bigger concern I have was actually the question around the discussions as this bill was being crafted, as it was being brought forward, as it was looking at amending the Act. Why was there not, and what discussions led to there not being a very clear exemption for medical grade, medical use plastics if there's absolutely no intention through regulation moving forward now or infinity to ban those? Why was there not just clearly articulated an exemption in this bill that's already updating the Act? It would seem to be a very simple way to update the Act, put people's minds at ease. We're in the height of a global pandemic where PPE is in short supply and people are already rightfully nervous around those supplies and other medical provisions. And this seems to be a very easy way to have addressed that. So what discussions led up to deciding, or was there even any consideration of bringing in an exemption, and why was it not acted upon if there was those discussions?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And again, to the member, it is our intention to develop regulations through consultation about which items to specifically name. And with respect to the exemptions for accessibility or health purposes, again, I've made very clear statements in this House that can and will be used to interpret the Act. With respect to consultation, we consulted with the Provincial Health Services Authority, with the Provincial Health Officer, with the Disability Alliance of BC, and within government with the Ministry of Health and the Accessibility Secretariat.
Member.
Thank you. Well, I guess we'll try to FOI to see what the decision-making process was with that, but not holding my breath on that either. I guess the concern, though, is, and I get that the minister is saying this will all come into effect under regulation, but in fact the Act commences on royal assent, which will happen next Thursday at the latest. And so then it's up to people, the citizenry, to interpret the Act in the lack of regulation attached to it. So I guess the question to the minister is then, what is the timeline if this comes into effect on royal assent? What is the timeline to actually have the consultation done and actual regulations known, given that there has been no preliminary look at proposed regulation attached to this bill, as seems to be the practice with this government lately with bills. It's an unknown regulatory scheme being proposed past the legislation, and we'll tell you after the fact how it is going to operate or not. So what is the actual timeline for the regulation? Because I don't see anything in this bill that spells out how quickly it has to be developed or not.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Well, as the member knows, the bill, anyone reading the bill will know that it is an enabling provision and nothing is banned until there is a regulation banning it. It is our intention to, first of all, I'll back up a minute. We have been having discussions with the industry. We've heard lots from the public in previous consultations and discussion papers around generally what people are looking for, what concerns they want addressed. We've heard from industry and retailers. So in the spring of 2022, sometime around February or March, we'll begin a 60-day consultation on an intentions paper, which is about 33% longer than our normal consultation period on an intentions paper. And then following that, based on the feedback, we will begin drafting regulations that we intend to bring in by spring 2023.
Member.
Thank you. So 3 months from now, there'll be some consultation. It'll be about a 2-month consultation. Does that include, or is there any intention to include Indigenous communities in that consultation? I didn't hear them mentioned in any of the consultations being proposed at this point.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And we have, in fact, been consulting with Indigenous peoples. We provide funding for an Indigenous Zero Waste Technical Advisory Committee that serves as a vehicle for hearing Indigenous views and concerns, and that has been ongoing and will continue as part of the upcoming consultation.
Member.
Thank you. So just to be clear, was that group then consulted with the development of this bill as it stands today?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's been certainly public knowledge that we intended to bring in bans on single-use plastics. I've been speaking about that publicly for over a year, and that would happen via a combination of legislation and/or regulations. The consultations that we've had with the Indigenous Zero Waste Technical Advisory Committee have actually been on what regulations would look like further to the enabling legislation that led to us bringing them in.
Member.
Thank you. So on the development of this Bill 24, were any groups consulted with? If so, who? And were any of those groups required to sign non-disclosure agreements?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. A letter was sent to all treaty and non-treaty nations advising them that government was intending to bring in an amendment to the Environmental Management Act to address single-use plastics. We, of course, went on with the Zero Waste Technical Advisory Committee to hear their input on what kinds of things they would like to see ultimately in the regulatory framework. And that work is ongoing. But with respect to the letters to all the nations, we invited a response. We received a response from many nations and considered those responses as we brought the legislation to development and forward.
Member.
Thank you. I guess I'll be a little more specific with my question. It wasn't really just around Indigenous consultation, but in general. So any groups, any and all groups, were people or groups consulted on the development of Bill 24? If so, who were they? And were they required to sign non-disclosure agreements?
Minister. Nope. There we go. Minister.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, no non-disclosure agreements were required, but every treaty and non-treaty nation received a letter telling them that providing formal notification of pending amendments to provincial legislation regarding the Environmental Management Act to provide regulation-making authority to ban the sale or use of specific types of products, et cetera, and then describing the intended effects of the proposed amendment to EMA as follows.
Go ahead, Minister.
If I may, Chair, we'd be happy to make a copy of one of the letters available to the member.
Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you. No, that's all right. Again, and I guess I'm a stickler, but I've been around the mulberry bush a few times with the minister on the fine points of how answers and questions get worded in estimates and otherwise over the years. So there was no requirement to sign an NDA, but were NDAs requested? In other words, were they requested? And then just quietly, if they didn't happen to sign, they were still consulted or listened to, but the preference of the ministry would have been that non-disclosures be signed off on for consultation to happen. Of course, I ask that because we're finding out from bill after bill that this has started to be fairly prevalent. So we're just trying to find out if this particular bill was subject to the same ask of participants to provide input or not.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. We did not request that the nations sign an NDA with regard to the letter, which described more than general terms, quite some specificity about what our intention of the amendment to the Environmental Management Act would be, and then to go on and talk about the kind of things that we would be working to address through regulation and further consultation. But had we actually shared the precise language of the Act, we might at that point likely would have required an NDA for obvious reasons, but we were giving them a description of what would be in the Act and inviting comment, and therefore we did not ask them to sign an NDA.
Member.
Thank you. And again, I think the minister's made the answer around Indigenous consultation fairly clear. But the question was also around other consultation. I mean, there's a lot of environmentally minded groups. There's a lot of people, stewards, associations other than that, other groups like that that may have been consulted on the creation of Bill 24. So again, were any of those groups consulted, and if so, were they required or requested to sign an NDA?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So we did a broad consultation on our Plastics Action Plan consultation paper, which was circulated quite some time ago, and it was the result of that consultation that led to our plans to develop an amendment to the Environmental Management Act and then to go forward and consult on the regulations. But the simple fact of an enabling amendment to the Act, we did not think consultation was necessary on that with groups. So obviously we did not ask for an NDA from any groups. We will, however, be consulting with them on the regulations should this bill pass.
Member.
Thank you. Well, that's a beautiful segue into my next question from the minister. As we roll into regulation of this bill, will there be, through those consultations, either the requirement or the request for NDAs to be signed from participants of any fashion towards the development of the regulations?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. It's our intention to consult, publish an intentions paper, which is a public document, so we wouldn't be requiring an NDA for that. Then usually we publish a what we heard document, again a public document, after we get feedback on the intentions paper. If we get to the point of actually wanting to run specific regulatory language by any specific groups, at that point we likely would require an NDA and ask for an NDA. But talking about general principles, no.
Kamloops, North Thompson.
Thank you. And there's all sorts of NDAs, and certainly I get, especially if you're talking about things that would potentially impact saleable goods and, in theory, some market areas. That can be understandable, but there's all sorts of NDAs. There's NDAs in perpetuity, and there's NDAs until things are officially released, where people can then talk about the process they went through and whether or not they were listened to and their recommendations were actioned or ignored and why. So is the minister's intention, if an NDA is required, because we have saw with other legislation that's just come through recently, some ministers of this government have required that there be absolutely no discussion, even after things are tabled in this chamber and being discussed in the public realm, about any of those participants' actions or interactions with government through the process. So would the intention of the minister be that an NDA is for the timeline that those fine points are being dealt with, and once it's now made a public document of regulations, that people are then free to discuss what they've worked on the government with, or is it an in perpetuity and they are essentially bound to not discuss the making of the sausage, as it were, forevermore if they agree to participate in the consultation around regulations?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. It's an interesting question. It's not been, I was just checking, and we can't think of a situation where we've required an NDA of people where we have asked them to not discuss information that is subsequently publicly available, but I can't speculate about whether there might be information to which people under an NDA would be privy in the future that might be commercially sensitive or might be potentially prejudicial to an industry or parties within an industry where we would not consider that an NDA that extended beyond the actual public release of a regulation might not be required. We'd basically take legal advice on that.
Member?
Thank you. Well, it sounds then, based on that answer from the minister, that it's more of a ministerial choice how restrictive an NDA may be in this day and age. So we will continue to follow up with other ministers, I guess, on how they want to conduct themselves moving forward in terms of those longer-term gag orders, for lack of a better word, I guess. But, Mr. Chair, I have no more questions until Section 4 now.
Shall Clause 1 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 2 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 3 pass? Aye. So ordered. On Clause 4, Kamloops, North Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to confirm on B of this section of 22.2 being amended. Is this the intent around this to start to be able to better dictate percentages or volumes of plastics being used that would help differentiate whether it's considered a single-use plastic product or just a product in general?
Minister?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to clarify, did the member say B as in Bravo or D as in dog?
Member?
There's no D, it's just B. Yeah.
Minister?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And we've added the word material so that we could, in fact, ultimately regulate the makeup of a plastic product with regard to what percentage of recycled plastics was required to be contained in it, for obvious reasons.
Shall Clause 4 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 5 pass? So ordered. Shall the title pass? So ordered. Minister? Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I move that the committee rise and report the bill complete without amendment.
Members, you've heard the motion. Those in favour? Any opposed? Motion's carried.
Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole on Bill 24 reports it complete without amendment.
When shall the bill be read third time, Government House Leader?
Now, Mr. Speaker.
Members, you heard the motion. It's the third reading of the bill. All in favor indicate aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Bill number 24, Environmental Management Amendment Act 2021 has been read third time and has passed. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call Committee of the Whole on Bill 23, Forest Statutes Amendment Act.
Committee Chair.
The committee will recess for 5 minutes while we wait for a change of teams. Thank you. Call the committee to order on Bill 23. So for those of you who joined us, we are doing what's called committee stage. So after second reading, which is where both the government and the opposition get to make speeches, the minister gets to answer questions clause by clause. There's 111 clauses, so hopefully you can stay for a few days as we go through all the 111 clauses. And with that, Minister, would you like to introduce your team?
I would. Thank you very much, Chair. And so with me today I have Ariel. Oh, sorry. Yeah, good idea. Okay, that's much better. Thank you. With me I have Ariel Taylor, the Manager of Indigenous Consultation and Negotiations, Tony Chung, Senior Legislative Analyst, Doug Kelly, Director of Forest Tenures Branch, and Diane Nichols, ADM and Chief Forester for the province of BC. Thank you.
On Clause 1, the Chaco Lakes.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and welcome to the Minister's staff. As the Chair has said, this is a rather lengthy bill, and there will be a variety of questions as we go into the bill. Questions from myself, my co-critic, I like to call him, although he's not quite co-critic, I guess, in the team, but the member from the Caribou-Chilcotin. Of course, the members from the Green Party have a number of questions as well, and so there'll be a little bit of bouncing around as the discussion goes with this. But if the minister is okay with this, and we had a brief conversation outside, I'd like to start with maybe just a couple of general questions around the intent of the bill and sort of process before we kind of go into sections, just to try to have a little bit of upfront that may drive or may help to eliminate some of the questions that may need to be asked at a later date. And so, starting off with the bill, like I say, the bill is a pretty significant shift in forest policy, and I think the minister probably agrees with that in terms of the landscape level plans and the intent and sort of what flows underneath that. And so, perhaps just to start for people that are listening, as well as for my own sake, if the minister can perhaps provide a little bit of background around the rationale for implementing this bill, as well as what the objectives are. I know this laid out in this discussion in the bill. It was laid out in the press release, but I want to give the minister an opportunity to expand on that if possible here, just as we start going on this bill.
Minister, on Clause 1.
Thank you. So the member's right. BC's forest sector is undergoing a significant transition and reformation, and brought on by compounding economic, environmental, and social pressures. And this proposed legislation, it responds to the profound challenges that BC's forest sector has experienced in the last decade, and creates a legislative framework to address both current and foreseeable needs related to supporting reconciliation with Indigenous nations and starting that process to align the forestry framework with the declaration. Also enabling increased opportunities for participation in forest planning by stakeholders and BC's communities, coordinating forest development and management areas, realizing sustainable timber harvest levels in support of BC's economy, achieving greater government oversight of forest management to protect public safety, the environment and natural resources, and ensuring that land managers have the right tools to establish resilient forests and rangelands when faced with the uncertain impacts of climate change upon these ecosystems. It's all about ensuring that the public trust is there for the forests or forest industry as well as forestry in general. And it also is a continuation of foundation of Bill 21.
Chaco Lakes.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and through to the Minister. The Minister just talked about greater stakeholder engagement in terms of the forest sector, in terms of what's happening in the forestry. Perhaps if the Minister could perhaps elaborate on that a little bit more in terms of how those stakeholders will be engaged.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So the forest landscape planning that is being recommended in this legislation, and it's in one of the sections that we'll probably get to, but maybe this will answer it first, rather than answering the question, as you say, when the member says when we get to it. So it'll start with the government-to-government consultation discussions, those important discussions, which we do not have the ability to do right now. That's not in legislation anywhere. So it will start with those important discussions, and then it'll go to the stakeholders that are involved, for example, industry, communities, ranchers, adventure tourism. Those are some examples of the people that would have a say in it, and it would all revolve around the forest landscape planning opportunities in the various regions across the province where they'll be situated.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and I'm not sure if this sort of thing should be saved for when we get into Section 34 of the bill, or Clause 34 of the bill. I guess we use clause now instead of sections. I'm still old school, sorry. We've been confusing going back and forth. But I wanted to ask, and the reason why I ask about, the Minister talked about greater stakeholder engagement is perhaps through you, Honourable Chair, to the Minister, can the Minister maybe explain the process once the Chief Forester and like I say, this will be talked about in Section 33 and Section 34, but once the Chief Forester reaches an agreement with First Nations in terms of a landscape level plan, what is the process, or how does the minister see stakeholder engagement potentially changing or altering that plan?
You see, the bill has clauses which amend sections. That's why they're called clauses.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome. So what the Forest Landscape Planning Table is ensuring that we have those really important government-to-government discussions first with Indigenous nations, and then engage with the stakeholders. And there is potential that plans could be amended if new information comes to light with agreement with the Indigenous nations.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And the reason for asking that specific question, and the reason why I'm sort of asking that up front, as opposed to waiting to the bill, is because it, in terms of the honour of the Crown and the engagement with the First Nations, reaching an agreement on a plan, I fail to see how input will be able to substantially change that plan. And I'm using the example of caribou up in the Peace Country. When the agreement was done between the First Nations and the province, then there was a process that went out for engagement, and it was a rather lengthy process, and there was a lot of engagement, a lot of suggestions, a lot of adjustments and changes, and at the end of the day there was no changes because there was no agreement between the First Nation and government on making those changes. And so in this process of going out and having greater stakeholder engagement, the reason for asking about this is I'm just wondering if that engagement leads to suggestions for potential change, whether or not government has the ability or the willingness to implement those changes if there isn't agreement with the First Nations, or whether it has to go back through a whole process again of redeveloping a plan and reaching agreement with First Nations. And I guess the follow to that is usually once government reaches agreements with a nation and it's signed off, because it's signed off, it's extremely difficult to be able to actually go back and change that. So that's why I'm asking for how the process is, through you, Honourable Chair, to the Minister, about this. When the Minister says greater stakeholder engagement, I fail to see how that process will actually lead to changes rather than maybe perhaps frustration by stakeholders as they are told what the plan is as opposed to being involved in developing the plan.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when the landscape plans are being developed, they're being developed with the government to government with Indigenous nations, and then there is input from other stakeholders. Because the specific objectives that the Chief Forester has to consider in the preparation of the forest landscape plan, there's a number of them. I'm going to list them off for the member. So because the Chief Forester has the final say, and that's part of the legislation that's in the, it's in this section as well. So supporting the production and supply of timber in the forest landscape area, supporting the protection and conservation of the environment, managing the values placed on the forest ecosystem by Indigenous nations, managing the values placed on the forest ecosystem by local communities, and preventing, mitigating, and adapting to impacts caused by significant disturbances to forest and forest health, including wildfire, insects, disease, and drought. So all of those things are taken into consideration by the Chief Forester before she makes her final decision.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And maybe I should I'll save some questions around that for when we get to that section of the bill, because I have a number of questions around that. But it makes me wonder, in terms of this process, because it is a government to government, it's two equal bodies, I suppose, in terms of coming together to develop the landscape plans and the process of going through. So if I heard the minister correct, and please correct me if I didn't, the minister just said the final decision making rests with the Chief Forester, and that it is on advice from the First Nation, not as a joint decision by the First Nation. Is that correct?
Minister.
Thank you. So there's shared decision making. The whole process is there within the landscape management plan process. And if there are disputes, there's multiple stages of criteria that goes through to resolve those disputes. And in the end, it's up to the statutory decision maker, which is the Chief Forester.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Okay, so I think I understand that. So it's a shared decision making. In other words, it's more advice model with the decision being made than it is sort of a joint decision. Although I'm sure, and I'm asking that specifically because in a joint decision making model, there has to be agreement by both parties in terms of how decisions will be made on the landscape. In a model of an advice model or shared decision-making model, the authority for the final decision rests with the, in this case, the Chief Forester, and the First Nations input is brought in as advice as opposed to more of that joint decision-making. And I'm asking that specifically because obviously there are issues around who makes those decisions on landscape, and if something goes wrong, I mean, who's ultimately held liable for decisions or issues on the landscape. And so that's why I'm asking, just for clarity, to understand that the decision-making rests with the Chief Forester, and that there is advice, input, from a shared nature with First Nations, but it is not a joint decision by a First Nation on a management plan or on the landscape plan.
Minister.
As part of the declaration, Section 7 agreements are joint or consent decisions, and that's what this is going to be with this legislation.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I need to ask for some clarity, if I can, from the Minister then associated with that, because there is a varying perspective of what joint or shared decision-making means. And so that's why I'm asking specifically about the authority to make the decision and the role of the First Nations in making that decision and where liability would lie if there are issues associated with that decision.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So the difference between the consultation and cooperation is that a decision-making agreement is a joint or consent-based decision-making agreement between the province and the Indigenous governing body, enabled by Section 7 of the Declaration Act. Section 7 requires that negotiation of a decision-making agreement be authorized by Cabinet and key process steps completed before the decision-making agreement is approved and implemented. And that's already in the Act. Amendments to FERPA, to what we're talking about today, they enable an Indigenous governing body and the Chief Forester to negotiate a process for consultation and cooperation on the preparation and establishment of the Forest Landscape Plan, and a negotiated process may require the Chief Forester to seek consent from the Indigenous governing body to establish the Forest Landscape Plan, but does not limit the statutory authority of the Chief Forester to proceed with establishment if consent is not provided.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and that helps to clarify some things on that. I've got a few more thoughts that I want to add to that, but my colleague from Saanich North, the Islands, would like to ask a couple questions associated with this as well, so I'll cede the floor to him.
Member for Saanich North and the Islands.
Yeah, thank you. Just some further questions around the commitment to free, prior, and informed consent. The commitments that we've made to Indigenous nations. As the Minister has just clearly outlined, this is essentially just enshrining the system that currently exists, which is this government has the ability to override if an Indigenous nation chooses to not want forestry activities to go on in their territory. The statutory, as the Minister just said, the statutory decision maker can continue and proceed anyway.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So the bill supports Indigenous participation in forest planning and decision-making within the nation's traditional territories by enabling, there's 3 avenues for shared decision-making. The first one is the implementation of joint or consent-based decision-making agreements with the governing body under Section 7 of the Act. Then there is the negotiation of a consultation and cooperation agreement between the Chief Forester and the Indigenous governing body that specifies how consent seeking will occur in relation to Forest Landscape Plan establishment. And the third opportunity is the introduction of a default consultation and cooperation process that could be relied on if a negotiated consultation and cooperation agreement with an Indigenous governing body can't be achieved in a timely manner. This also could be brought in situations where there's overlapping claims and one nation has one idea and another nation has another idea, and so there has to be consent and collaboration between the two nations, and so that is another reason why the Chief Forester would be the person to have a say in that process, and that's why we've laid out 3 opportunities to ensure we work towards, I mean, the bottom line is to work with Indigenous nations and come to joint consent.
Member.
Thank you. This still has the Crown at the center of the decision, though it doesn't reflect a decision-making process in which the nations have what I think the Premier and what the Minister has used language around rights and title holders, sovereignty. It doesn't actually reflect a perspective in which this Crown government is embracing these ideas or the reality of rights and title and sovereignty. This is still putting the Crown at the absolute center of the decision that's being made.
Minister.
So this is Section 7 of the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act that the Indigenous nations embraced. That is what we're following here.
Member.
I respectfully disagree. It's not, because we have a situation in this act where the Chief Forester, if they're not able to achieve consent, can proceed anyway. I'm wondering how that would apply to, say, the Chocoteen situation. Maybe the Minister can provide some perspective on how this relates specifically to the Chilcotin decision of 2014.
Minister.
Thank you, and with due respect, we had agreed to some general discussion, but I think we need to get into the section by section, and then we can answer those questions specifically when they come up in the section that they relate to.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Member for Nechako Lakes.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I agree. We're going to need to move into a section by section thing, because there's details and this will jump around. But I do want to ask one more question, or perhaps more than one, on general terms. Sorry, got to make sure. It depends on the answers, of course, right? And in particular, what I'm wondering about is, there's the Minister has listed the objectives that the Chief Forester will be looking at in terms of identifying a forest landscape plan. I've got to try to remember the new lingo, try to get used to using it on a regular basis. But what I'm wondering is, for those objectives, will the Minister be implementing performance measures? Many of the things that we have done in the past, whether it is Ungainit Winter Range or old growth management areas, or all these kinds of things, were set out for a target, but there was never any measures to look at the effectiveness of those various plans historically. And so I'm just wondering if there is thoughts around putting performance measures in around the objectives that will go into these plans.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So the Act specifically says that the Chief Forester has to report out on outcomes, and those outcomes are established in the Forest Landscape Plan. These have to be done periodically, and it's set through policy.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I want to turn it over to my colleague from Carrickbridge-Chilcotin for a couple of general questions, but I do want to come back to the issue of performance measures, but I'll do that after my colleague jumps in.
Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Carrickbridge-Chilcotin.
Carrickbridge-Chilcotin. My first question is around the age of old growth. Are there only two determinations, and what are those ages at?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And with all due respect, that has nothing to do with the Act.
Member.
Well, then let me ask a question. Under this Act, are there younger stands of trees now being considered old growth?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And again, that has nothing to do with the Act.
Thank you. Member on Clause 1.
Thank you. Are we still allowed to ask a couple of general questions? Is that still
Sure, as long as they are appropriate to the Act, right. For sure.
I guess we'll come back to that. Can you just tell me overall how will this bill provide greater certainty to the sector so that forest companies that do continue to invest in British Columbia and not other jurisdictions down south will see value here?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And when we get to the section on forest landscape planning, it'll show the certainty and how we're moving forward with the Act.
Member.
Through the Chair to the Minister, what analysis has been done to determine what costs or savings this bill will result in for organizations and companies as they embark on complying with the new provisions provided in this bill?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And we feel that this will be cost neutral because companies are already involved in forest stewardship planning. This is just more, the legislation will bring in more involvement and the collaboration government to government with Indigenous nations.
Member for Nechako Lakes on Clause 1.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and I want to thank the Minister for engaging on the questions. I know some of them aren't quite shaped for what we need, what we're talking about here, but they are relevant as we will get into the bill. So I actually want to ask, one more question just around the performance measures, and I understand that the Chief Forester has some reporting out to do around that process. With those performance measures that you mentioned, is that something that will be done by agreement with the First Nations? And is there input or ways to be able to perhaps shape those performance measures that may be different from one landscape unit to another? Obviously, you know, what's going on the Vancouver Island, different from the Kootenays, different from the interior, different from the north. And so there may be different objectives that need to be met on there in terms of how these landscape plans are met and the sort of performance measures that could be looked at. And I guess, and the reason for asking is at some point, I'm sure the Auditor General or somebody, you know, where the Forest Practice Board or somebody will be looking at these, and they'll be looking at how to measure whether what's being implemented is successful. And so I'm just trying to understand how this reporting process will be done so that it can be there and it's transparent for people to be able to see.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So that's the list I've already read off of the objectives that the Chief Forester has to follow in determining the forest landscape planning. And part of one of the values, for instance, is community values. And so, of course, there's different community values based on where they are. So, yes, I mean, there's areas are different across the province, so there will be different objectives.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and through you to the Minister. So will those values potentially include, for example, range, the quality of range, things like invasive weeds, these types of things, because this is all part of managing on a landscape and setting objectives on a landscape, as well as, of course, wildlife and wildlife values. It might even be things like, you know, access in or through to other areas for recreation, et cetera. So I'm just wondering how extensive we're looking at in terms of the values that will be on the landscape as part of these plans, or whether these will still be very high-level plans and those other components will be dealt with in a different way.
Minister.
Whoops. It's actually in the forest landscape plan section of the Act, and we can get more into detail when we get to it.
Member.
Okay, thank you, and I appreciate that. The last little piece I just want to quickly go into, just in terms of general question, is really around permitting and the process there. And during the briefing, I think it was, we talked about the hope is, or the desire is, that this would, because we'll have these high-level plans, they'll be able to move through the process of permitting faster in terms of consultation with First Nations and that kind of process. And I agree that would be a great process, because right now permitting, of course, as the Minister's probably well aware, it's quite a lengthy process. And it's challenging to go through and to get anything that's happening on the landscape and to be able to do that in any kind of speed. So has the Minister, through you, Honourable Chair, through the Minister, has the Minister looked at this model that's being put in place, the landscape level plans, or landscape plans, forest landscape plans? I'll get it right before the end of this bill, sooner or later. Have you looked at that and looked at the relationship between the process of permits and activity on the landscape and done any kind of analysis in terms of how this may improve the ability for access and the time for access and the ability to get operational approvals through government?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So under the current framework, Indigenous nations have limited opportunity to influence forest planning and are instead consulted on permits as only after operational decisions have been made. So this, as the members well aware, can result in prolonged authorization time. So, and because this will be done on the overall forest landscape plan, it won't be done cut block by cut block, which is how it's done now. It'll speed things up, and it's actually something that is supported not only by industry but also by First Nations.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Sorry, misleading my last statement. It wasn't quite the last one. This one hopefully will be the last one. But when the Minister did the announcement the other day around old growth deferrals, the Minister talked about it relating to Bill 23 in terms of management on the landscape. And so I'm just wondering, from the Minister's perspective, how the landscape level processing, forest landscape plans, and the process to go through in terms of identifying the targets and the values and the work that'll be in there, how that relates to old growth management and ecosystems on the landscape.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So old growth is one of the considerations of ecosystem management. So it's the overall, it's one of the many decisions that will be made.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And so if I could just ask for a little bit more clarity on that, because obviously, there's this decision that is being made and there'll be a process that goes through, and I get that's, the decision around old growth, but I'm just wondering how that plays into the forest landscape plans in terms of some of the decisions that will be made between the First Nations and the Chief Forester as they develop these plans. Given that there's already a decision for deferrals, potential deferrals, will this process be a way to either formalize those deferrals or to potentially change those deferrals? I'm just wondering what that relationship is.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So old growth areas that are not part of the deferral process will be managed as part of the forest landscape plan considerations for the area.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And sorry, I was a little confused actually by the Minister's response associated with that. And I mean, I understand managing of the landscape and managing of the various ages and soil classes, and these are all going to be components. I'm assuming that'll be, whether it's plans that are underneath the landscape or the forest landscape plan, or whether that's part of the forest landscape plan. But I'm specifically asking about, you know, the deferral areas, the temporary deferral areas, and the process that we're going to go through in terms of the landscape, forest landscape plans. And I'm wondering about just that relationship, and you know, the minister was talking about it when it's part of the announcement, and so I'm trying to understand the process that the Chief Forester and the First Nations will go through, as well as, you know, input from others around this relationship and the targets, and or whether there is no relationship there at all. The minister had talked about it in terms of the press conference, which is why I'm asking this question.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So areas of old growth and the deferral areas will be decided through the process that are established with First Nations under existing guidelines. Once decisions are made on deferrals, they'll be excluded from forest management, because if it's a permanent deferral, they'll be excluded. This is a process because this legislation will not be implemented for probably a year, you know, so we will be running parallel processes. So we have the ability under this legislation to carry on with the stewardship planning process while we're starting to engage the landscape, because we have to make sure that we're still having management of the land base. So that's the process that we're going to be dealing with.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And the reason for pursuing this in this initial stage actually was for the opening comments on the bill in second reading debate, and I believe that the minister talked about this bill sort of and the forestry actions defining who we are in terms of the government's vision and the jobs, ecosystems, higher values, and protecting of old growth. And so I'm just wondering, and we can go back and pull the Hansard if you want to look, but this is why I'm asking the question, because we've gone through this announcement about deferrals, but old growth is being referred to, in terms of the management objectives under Bill 23, and that's why I'm confused about it. I'm trying to understand, does this mean there could be potentially more old growth set aside, more targets met? Does it mean there could be a change to some of those, if deferrals become permanent, a change to bring some of that wood back in, if that's what's decided through the process? I'm just trying to understand how old growth relates in terms of the management, because through you, Honourable Chair, to the Minister, it was talked about by government in this process. So.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So any new policy directions resulting from the implementation of the 14 recommendations from the Old Growth Strategic Review, the report that was done, that'll be reflected in forest landscape plans, or it may be addressed through the authorities associated with future practice requirements. And with that, Chair, I think we can get on with Section 1 of the bill.
Member on Clause 1.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Chair. Okay, I'll save the other questions I've got around that for when we get to Clause 33. So with Clause 1, I'm just checking over to my colleagues on it. On Clause 1, of course, it is the definitions of the forest landscape area, forest landscape plans, the forest landscape area. And actually what I'm curious about with this, and I'm just, these are things I should have gotten in the, should have dealt with in the earlier briefing, and apologize that I didn't. We have to ask the questions here. But the forest landscape area, I've always kind of made the assumption those were timber supply areas of varying kinds, and so I'm just wondering if the minister can provide the House with a definition and what those sort of areas will look like, large or small or varying, and what will be the determinants of those areas.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So the definition of the forest landscape area is open. An example is a timber service area or a tree farm license area.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And the reason I'm asking the question, I'm just wondering if there is room for those areas to change. I'm assuming, there'll be forest landscape plans. I'm getting closer. Over top of various areas, and there may be agreement or disagreement between First Nations in terms of the areas that falls under. So I'm just wondering whether or not the definition of the forest landscape area has potential or could be modified or changed based on the discussions or negotiations, the engagement with various First Nations. And I don't know if that is relevant in terms of how it works, but I'm trying to understand just how these plans will end up over top of these areas as defined.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And a simple answer, yes. That's why we left it open.
Member.
All right. Well, that'll be interesting when we get further into the bill. Have some chats about how that will look. So with the forest operation plans, and I apologize, I'm still stuck in the old days of forest development plans, and all of that sort of language and thinking. So I'm just wondering. I know it is in the it means a forest operation plan under the Forest and Range Act. I'm just wondering if the minister can provide that in the House. If you haven't got it handy, that's fine. But I don't happen to have that other act in front of me, and so I just want to get that definition if I could.
Minister.
Just for time, we'll get it for the member and get it back to him.
Shall Clause 1 pass? So ordered. Member for Nechako Lakes on Clause 2.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and I appreciate the Minister gave me that definition. I could probably do a Google and look it up as well, but I just didn't have it right in front of me. In Section 2, it talks about a Forest Service road being declared under this Act or former Act, and I'm just wondering if the Minister could provide an explanation of what was required for a road to be declared a Forest Service road.
Minister.
Thank you. So this is consequential to Section 22, so we can go into detail when we get to that.
Member.
Perfect. That's good because I've got a number of the questions on that as well. I mean, the reason for asking that question, of course, we'll get into that under Section 22 around that because there's a number of concerns that have been raised in terms of declaring and declassifying, I guess, for Forest Service Road and access. So no other questions on Section 2. Thanks.
Thank you, Minister. Shall Clause 2 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 3 pass? Member for Nechako Lakes.
Oh, yeah, now I'm doing the same thing, putting a mask on to talk. Okay, in Section 3, I'm just looking at my note here on this. I had a note here on this just in terms of applications, and I was looking at this in the Forest Act. Say may invite applications and may subject to invite applications. I'm just wondering about that in terms of forest health issues, such as blowdown and wildfires or other type of circumstances. And if I've got this right, and hopefully I'm not confusing this particular issue, it just makes me, well, actually, that probably flows more under number 4, Clause 4, I suppose, than Clause 3. I had them combined. I apologize. But in terms of the, or maybe I should go to Clause 4 instead of leaving it at Clause 3. My apologies.
Okay. Shall Clause 3 pass? So ordered. On Clause 4, member for Nechako Lakes.
So how does this process work then for issues of forest health and various components in terms of being invited to apply for permit or application?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So this just ensures that BC timber sales licenses are held to the same planning standards as other forest agreements, and that they come into, once this is brought into regulation, then they will be brought into regulation with the planning, forest land, now you got me going, forest landscape plans.
Member.
Thanks. And I guess the reason, and I should have made a more detailed note as I was looking at the reason I sort of raised this issue through your Honourable Chair to the Minister was just when you have those forest health issues that come up, and this is describing the situation where a timber sales manager may not invite applications. And so I'm just wondering whether or not this in any way restricts the ability to be able to manage those sort of issues from a harvest recovery perspective. And so that's why I asked the question. So I'm not sure if that helps in terms of helps to explain my rambling on this, I guess you could say, in terms of a question.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So when the bill comes into effect, this ensures that BC Timber Sales is meeting the same standards as other licensees from a planning perspective.
Shall clause 4, Caribou Chilcotin on clause 4.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Through you to the Minister, what was the purpose for adding this section to limit the sales manager's authority?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So this just makes sure that a timber sales manager they make sure that BC Timber Sales has does everything that's required to do within the new landscape plan regime.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I understand what it might do. I just wondered what the purpose was. What was, through the chair to the minister, I mean, were there problems in the past that this has been addressed in this bill?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. No, there are no problems. It's just to make sure that BC Timber Sales is in alignment with the new forest landscape planning regime when it comes into effect.
Shall Clause 4, Saanich North in the Islands on Clause 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On Clause 4, can the minister provide just some indication of what approximate location means in sub 2? A sub 2.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the member. This is our approximate locations, which refers to cut blocks or roads on a map, and you have to be consistent with the when you're laying those out, but you also need to recognize the challenges of map scale. And the bottom line is it has to be consistent with the forest landscape plan. It's as if when there's a creek on the map, and when the original map's done, it's done on the cut block's on one side, but then when you get in there, you realize that the creek's on the other side. So simple. So it's approximate.
Member on Clause 4.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that and recognize that big province and a lot going on out there. So I understand. Are there other instances where approximate location is used to define things? Like where the location of a creek is actually a fairly important thing depending on whether that creek is a fish-bearing creek or whatever. So when you get to kind of these general terms, I'm just wondering if this is something that we refer to fairly regularly when it comes to landscape management, or if this is just showing up? Like, are there some guidelines for how the minister will determine, or the statutory decision maker will determine what an approximate location is?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So this is also used in Bill 21, the Forest and Range Practices Amendment Act 2019, and it's been consistent with that act and using the same language.
Through the chair, member.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the minister. Is it correct then to say that cut blocks will only be permitted within landscape plans? Cut blocks will only be permitted within landscape plans, is that right?
Minister.
4 is specific to BC timber sales, and what the member is getting at is actually the forest landscape plan, which is in section, we can canvass that in section 33 and 34.
Shall check colleagues on clause 4.
On clause 4. Thank you. And just because it's mentioned here in terms of where a sales manager may not invite, I'm just curious, will there be landscapeable plans or forest landscape plans across all of the forested area of the province, or is there a subset? Just curious, because there might be an area where you have a forest health issue and it may go across into an area that isn't within a landscape plan. So I'm just trying to determine whether there'll be landscape plans across, if the intent eventually is to have landscape plans across all the forested area, or whether there'll be a subset thereof.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So wherever forest operations are, the intent is to have forest landscape plans, and as per section 4, BC timber sales will have to abide by that.
Chuckalakes.
Thank you. And I'll get into this question when we get to section 33, but just in advance sort of notice, and because I'm just curious about how protected areas or parks, these types of things will be considered as part of landscape level planning or excluded as part of landscape level planning, because there could be areas that are, for example, with the announcement the other day about old growth, there is areas that are now excluded from access because the only way to get at them is to go through old growth if that were to become a permanent area. So that's why I'm asking about landscape planning, whether it's going to go across multiple areas. And this, because this particular section talked about where a landscape plan doesn't exist, I thought I would ask the question here. But like I say, if you want to answer it when we get to 33, I'm happy to do that.
Shall Clause 4 pass? So ordered. Clause 5. Shall Clause 5? Caribou Chilcotin on Clause 5.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. How many instances have there been of road permits being disposed of to a person that does not have harvest rights in any respective area?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So right now, a licensee can transfer a road permit, and the ministry has no control over that, so they could be transferring it to a person that doesn't have it could create liability issues for the government. So this will change that.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the Minister, what other types of stakeholders will ultimately qualify to get that road permit? I mean, is it just forestry companies, or are there other?
Minister.
So, thank you, Chair. So we only issue permits to tenure holders, but under special use permits, they could be issued to, for instance, for mining operations or telecommunications operations, things like that.
Chaco Lakes, Clause 5.
Thank you. And this bobbing around a little bit it will be a little bit of a challenge, I think, for the Minister, but we'll get through it in terms of it. So I'm just wondering as well, in terms of Clause 5, in terms of the disposition of a road, I'm just wondering whether or not this impacts, a contractor and their ability to be able to do work. So, for example, if a licensee would apply for it, and then they would get a contractor to do the work in all likelihood, or they might do it themselves. But is there any circumstances where that permit could be transferred actually to the contractor as part of this? And so I understand the issue of liability associated with the roads and the reluctance to transfer, but you may be in a situation, for example, where a company may have some sort of agreement in place, contractors in working on the landscape to build a road. Company A has a problem. Maybe there's some part of a transfer that goes with that to the contractor. There's a situation where Company A basically won't exist anymore or is going under, and I'm just wondering how that permit could be transferred, or if it could be transferred potentially to a contractor at the time, or how that would work, or whether it just gets tied up and they can't proceed. So hopefully that describes.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So we don't give, so contractors wouldn't be eligible for a road permit because they wouldn't, we have to ensure that the people have capability to accept the liability, and so it's only tenure holders.
Shall Clause 5 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 6 pass? Jackal Legs on Clause 6.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and through to the Minister. And just looking at Clause 6 and the process that is described here with the permits, I'm just wondering sort of what the intent is of this in terms of, has there been problems? What's an example of some of the conditions that the Minister may impose as part of what this clause gives the authority for?
Minister.
So thank you, Chair. So this is about the disposition of transfers of, so it's around the transfer provision of tenure holders and ability to require security deposits and to ensure that the road permit is being transferred to someone who can actually take on that liability. So it allows us to manage the risks on behalf of the public.
Carol Chilcotin.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. What is the purpose of a road permit holder holding on to a permit once the agreement has been disposed of?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So this could be done because the cost of deactivation could be greater than the cost of maintaining the road.
Shall Clause 5 pass? Caribou Chilcotin on Clause 5?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. How frequent?
I'm sorry. Clause 5 is already passed.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Is your question on Clause 6?
Clause 6.
Okay.
How frequent is the occurrence of a road permit holder actually holding on to a permit beyond that disposition?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. We don't have exact numbers on that, but it's not substantive.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. How will the security amount be determined if a holder continues to hold the road permit after the disposition of the agreement?
Minister.
So there's things to be looked at, like any known liabilities of the tenure holder, and there's actually in the Act, later on in the Act, it actually deals with all the issues around road deactivation.
Shall Clause 6 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 7 pass? Nechako Lakes on 7.
Thanks, and it seems something silly to ask, but I'm just wondering why this particular section has been repealed.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. It's actually for administrative simplicity. It just removes the existing outright limitation on transferring road permits without the disposition of a parent agreement, and instead the minister will have the ability to specify conditions in relation to road permits that are associated with the agreement.
Shall Clause 7 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 8 pass? Nechako Lakes on 8. Clause 8.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and through you to the Minister. And I'm just wondering, when I read through this, I couldn't think of an example of this particular situation. So I'm just wondering if there have been any cases of this. And
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And because we don't have the ability to do this right now, it ensures that conditions that are imposed on the disposition of a road permit are actually enforceable.
Shall Clause 8 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 9? Caribou Chilcotin on Clause 9.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. When was the last time the Minister exercised their authority under Section 58.2 of the Forest Act?
Minister?
So, thank you. So this repeals the transition authority of the minister to extend the term of cutting permits that were in effect on November 4th, 2003. Right now, there are 66 cut blocks that are part of this, and it's delegated to the district manager. So the minister doesn't actually make the decision. It's delegated to the district manager.
Shall Clause 9 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause, Chaco Lakes on Clause 10.
Thank you. And I think I may have just heard the minister's answer to my question here on 10, but I'm curious. You know, we've got a provision in here, a clause in this act, and just for legislative drafters, I guess I'll have to change from calling them sections to calling them clauses, since we're doing that. You know, sorry, according to the bill. Sorry for the little side tangent, but on section, on clause 10, is that true that like there's still 66 active permits out there that are pre-November 4th, 2003, more than 18 years ago? That's the question I have. I'm curious when I look at this and I think about, wow, that's a long time ago. And so I'm just curious as to why this section exists.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So what we're doing is changing it so that cutting permits are consistent. They'll all go to the 4-year model, not 18.
Chaco Lakes.
Sorry, thank you. But that still sort of answers the question. I mean, are there still permits outstanding from that predate?
66. Minister. Just to make sure we got 66 on the record. Okay. All right. Thanks. Saanich North and the Islands.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the Minister on Clause 10, just the amendments to the 2019 amendments to FERPA have yet to be come into force, and I'm just wondering, is there a timeline for this, considering that this requires this section to come into force, and in just looking in the back of this bill, it appears it'll be by regulation of Lieutenant Governor and Council. There are still outstanding regulations, I think, for that previous bill. So I'm just wondering, when does the minister consider or think that the regulations will be brought in with this and that this bill will be enacted or come into force, I should say?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So this clause comes into effect on royal assent because there's no regulations required. So the cutting permits, they come into effect 1 year from the date of royal assent. So for instance, if royal assent is on November 25th next week, it'll be November 25th, 2022. Okay.
Shall Clause 10 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 11 pass? Carried. Chilcotin on 11.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is there a reason that the minister would not specify a date for deactivation of a road?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So there's, right now with the current road building, there's no requirement to deactivate. They build the road, they maintain it. There's no requirement to deactivate as long as they're maintaining it. So it's, it's often more cost effective to not deactivate it, even if it should be or not. So there's no requirement in the bill. Later on in this bill, in the current situation, there's no requirement, but later on in this bill, there is a process to how to request the deactivation, and we can canvass that when we get to that section or clause.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Can you, and perhaps this will fall under that same clause as well, but can you give me some specific examples of acceptable deactivations and what those look like?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So these are standard forest practices. They're set. The standards are set by the Chief Forester. They're based on risk of environmental damage or public safety. And there's further on in the bill, there's a whole section on this, and we can canvass the actual examples further on.
Jackal Lakes on Clause 11.
Need to get in on this as well. Through you to the minister on for Section 11. I'm just curious. Often when roads are deactivated, there are obviously lots of people that use roads that may not hold permits, that may want to access for a variety of reasons. And so I'm just wondering, before you make a decision to require deactivation as part of this, what kind of engagement is undertaken with various stakeholders or interested groups or even First Nations.
Minister.
So this is all part of the forest landscape planning, and that's where you'll decide what you want to do with the roads, if you want to keep them in place, and that's part of the discussions with the G2G with Indigenous nations, as well as then those discussions with stakeholders that are involved.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Thank you, the Minister, for that question. My thinking around this, of course, is things change. The landscape level plans the forest landscape plans are in place for 10 years with the option, to extend, or maybe not. I can't remember. We'll get to that when we get to Section 33. But of course, someone may discover minerals in an area in the middle of the plan. It's not part of the plan. It's not part of the plan around deactivation, which is why I'm asking about potential deactivation and who's going to be engaged through that process, where there may be, an interest that comes up that may not have been caught in the initial process of the development of the plan.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So this is all about the forest landscape plan that right now we don't have the tools to require deactivation, and this will give us the power to manage the roads better and smaller footprints, things like that.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and I agree with the Minister in terms of being able to remove. I remember doing mapping in my life before politics of the road landscape, and there's an awful lot of roads out there across British Columbia. But it's still, the question still remains with regard to the engagement before a road is deactivated, in terms of people that may have an interest in that road that may have come up, after a landscape, forest landscape plan is implemented. And so that's why I'm wondering, in terms of when a deactivation, when the minister, requires the road to be deactivated, what kind of process would be undertaken to make sure that it doesn't have unintended consequences for other potential permits or interests that may have come up, post of a landscape plan, or how flexible the forest landscape plan is to be able to adjust to those changes.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So this comes up further in Clause 58, but just so the member knows, a minister can, or the ministers designate, so the statutory decision maker, which is usually the regional manager, they can exempt deactivation if new information comes up. But in the case of what the member references, for minerals or claim, there would have to be a whole extensive process that would have to be gone through. It's just not a matter of deactivating a road or not. There's a whole nother, a lot of other things that have to be dealt with if something like that happened.
Shall Clause 11 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 12, Jackal Lakes and Clause 12?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And this, just want to be quick with this, but it's curious. I'm making an assumption in Clause 12 under 1C, the approximate location. I'm assuming that is some reasonable number, flexible, and it's not something that's held to, a defined number. So I'm assuming that, but if that's wrong, please let me know. But the other question I had is really around under 2, where it says matters prescribed by regulation, the permit issue must consider matters. And so I'm just wondering what sort of matters or what sort of regulations may be considered that may need to be, that the permit issuer must consider.
Minister?
This is about being enabling. It's if any. Right now, there is there's not any concrete example, but this is just in case it happens. We have the ability to deal with it, so that's why if any is there.
Shall Clause 12 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 13 pass? Aye. Shall the Jackal Lakes on 13?
And this goes back to discussion earlier about the area defined and areas not defined under, and maybe if we need to get into that in Section 33, just let me know instead. But I'm just curious in terms of if you can give any examples of any of the land that might be outside a forest landscape area that somebody might actually be thinking about applying for a permit on. Right. I mean, so if we have a forest landscape, why would there be an application for? If the land that would be subject to the permit is located outside the forest landscape area. I'm just curious why someone would be applying for a permit outside an area.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So this is a part of the transition from forest stewardship planning to forest landscape planning. So it's to clarify where the forest landscape planning applies if it's if the forest stewardship plan is still in place and it's outside of which is outside of the forest landscape planning area. So the forest landscape, or forest stewardship plan applies. It's just to clarify, I mean, good thing I'm not doing the clarification to industry, but it's to clarify to industry and stakeholders how this is going to be managed in the transition framework.
Shall Clause 13 pass? Aye. So ordered. Minister?
I move that committee rise, report progress, and ask leave to sit again.
Members, you've heard the motion. Those in favour indicate aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion's carried.
Chair.
Honourable Speaker, the Committee of the Whole on Bill 23 rises, reports progress, and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
At the next sitting?
So ordered. Government House Leader.
I move the adjournment of debate. No, move the House to now. Yeah, adjournment of debate. No,
House.
I move the House to now adjourn.
Member, you heard the motion. All in favour indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. This House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.